We will be opening this meeting of the Monday, September 11th Select Board. Prior to doing anything, I would just like to recognize that it's 9/11. So we'll have a brief moment of silence for all the folks that perished in that tragedy, and also keep in your mind all the folks that lost their lives and all the incidences that cascaded out of that. So we'll take a brief moment of silence. Thank you very much. Appreciate the remembrance of all those folks. So the first thing is please turn off your cell phone for the duration of this meeting. If you do have to take a call, these walls aren't super thick, so if you could take your call outside versus just in the hallway, it would be appreciated. We will roll right into the public hearing for the warrant articles for the November 7th, 2017 special town meeting warrant. And the first, we don't have to have a hearing on the first article, do we? Because that article is just electing a moderator.
You remember to open the meeting, note the time, open the public hearing, note the time of the public hearing for the record.
Right, and for the record, we are opening the public hearing at 7:04 in the PM, 7:02. We gotta get these clocks figured out. At 7:02. So there are 4 articles on this warrant. Article 1 is the election of a moderator. And we don't have to have a public hearing on that, but you can voice your complaints when we do elect that moderator. Article 2 and Article 3 are charter amendments to clarify the role of the Select Board in managing reserve accounts and to clarify the conflicting language in the charter as to who appoints the auditor, the town manager, or the Select Board. It's just more of a house cleaning item. These amendments simply memorialize in the charter what has been in the practice for many years. So I will open the public hearing for Article number 2. Article number 2 reads, "Shall the town approve the charter amendment reprinted below?" Article 2, Section 7 of the Town of Rockport Charter, which enumerates the powers of the Select Board, is amended by inserting and the underscored language in the new subsection 1 related to managing reserve accounts as shown below. So it reads, "Manage all reserve accounts established by town meeting vote. Supplement those accounts with non-budgeted revenue, including but not limited to income from the sale of town property and donations, and make expenditures from those accounts in order to accomplish the purpose for which the accounts were established, all in accordance with the Rockport Reserve Account Policy as amended." And before I ask for all those to speak in favor on it, we will have those that wish to speak in favor of the article go first. They will be followed by those who wish to speak in opposition to the article, and then those that wish to speak neither for nor against. So, if anyone wishes to speak in favor of Article 2, please come up to the podium, announce yourself and your affiliation if it's just the town. Seeing none and giving a last chance, I will close all those speaking in favor, and all those speaking in opposition to Article 2, please come up to the podium. Seeing none, I will call for all those speaking neither for nor against Article 2 to come up, if you wish. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on Article 2 of the November 7th town meeting warrant. Bang. Do I have to like do timestamp on all of the article ones, or is it just opening them? Okay, so I will now thank you very much for the handsome fella in green. I will now, at 10 points. I will now at 7:05. Hey, 7:05. Open the public hearing for Article number 3. Article number 3, shall the town approve the charter amendment reprinted below? Article 6, Section 12 of the Town of Rockport Charter, which requires an annual audit, is amended by deleting the language in strikeover type and inserting the underscored related to the Select Board's appointment authority as shown below. And if anyone wants a copy of these to read over there.
That's what I was making copies of at the last.
Sweet. So, Section 12, under the header Annual Audit, reads, the town manager, struck, insert Select Board, shall each year appoint a certified public accountant or accountants. This language is struck with the approval of the Select Board, has been struck, for the purpose of conducting the annual audit of the prior fiscal year municipal finances as authorized by law, and referencing state law is Title 30-A MRSA Section 5823. So I will open that and will invite anyone that wishes to speak in favor of this article to come up. And if you could just announce who you are.
Bill Chapman, a resident of Pascal Avenue here in Rockport. I heartily endorse this. It should have been done many years ago. Why, I have no idea. We just have never seemed to have noticed it. But it goes along the same lines as with the attorney and all the rest of the town officers, constables, et cetera, that get appointed. So I heartily endorse this and hope it will pass.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak?
As a point of clarification, in the charter, it appears in two different places with two different things. One place it says the Select Board, place it says the town manager, so this clears that up and puts it all in your capable hands.
Capable. All 10 of our capable
Yeah.
hands. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of Article 3? Seeing none, anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to Article 3? Seeing none, anyone who wishes to speak neither for nor against Article 3?
I have a question of clarification with regards to shall each year appoint a certified public accountant. We have a 3-year contract.
Though I would love to explore that with you, I believe that this portion of what we're doing is just for the public, and later in our agenda, we will have our interboard dialogue, and we can work on correcting, amending any of this language, but this portion is just for the public. But duly noted, and if you remind me when we get to our portion, we'll talk about that. Anyone else wishing to speak neither for nor against Article 3? Seeing none, I will close the hearing on Article 3. And try to keep all my stuff in order. I will now, at the grand time of 7:09, open the public hearing on Article 4. Article 4 reads, shall the ordinance entitled, quote, ordinance prohibiting retail marijuana establishments and retail marijuana social clubs in the municipality of Rockport, end quote, be enacted. So I will entertain anyone that wishes to speak in favor of Article number 4. Seeing none, I would ask if anyone wishes to speak in opposition to Article number 4. Seeing none, I would ask if there's anyone that wishes to speak neither for nor against Article number 4. Seeing none, I will close the hearing on Article number 4 for the November town warrant. Do I need to do like a end time on that thing?
It's helpful.
closing the public hearing at 7:10. We will now open the public hearing for Article number 5 at 7:10. Now, bear with me, Article number 5 is a bit lengthy, but I need to read all of it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Article number 5. Shall an ordinance entitled, quote, Coastal Waters and Harbors Ordinance, end quote, be amended by adding the underlined language in section 502.3.1 as shown below. Section A. Currently pursuant to section 502.3, quote, vessels of 40 feet, 40 LOA, which is length on what? Overall. Or greater, will not be assigned a mooring location in the inner harbor, end quote. The purpose of this special exemption ordinance is to permit owners of commercial vessels seeking to have a mooring in Rockport's inner harbor to apply to a town body, the Harbor Committee, for a special exemption permitting boats up to 50 feet in length to be moored in the inner harbor. To that end, the Harbor Committee shall be authorized as follows: to hear and decide special exemption applications for moorings in the inner harbor, to decide such questions as are involved in determining whether such special exemptions should be granted, and by majority vote to grant such special exemptions with such conditions and safeguards as are appropriate under this ordinance, or to deny such special exemptions when not in harmony with the purposes and intent of this ordinance. An exemption may be granted only if the petitioner has established to the satisfaction of the Harbor Committee that the following criteria are met. 1, that the proposed use will not have an adverse effect on the natural environment and/or that the site for that use does not have unusual physical characteristics such as size or shape, which would have an adverse effect on surrounding moorings. 2, that the proposed use will not create an unreasonable demand for public services, including but not limited to public access to Rockport Harbor, fire protection, police protection, and recreational programs and facilities. 3, that the proposed use would not result in an inordinate amount of boat traffic at or surrounding the site and/or cause any problems regarding emergency access. 4, that the proposed use will not have an adverse effect on the use of surrounding moorings. The applicant shall provide sufficient information and documentation to assure that the use will meet all other applicable requirements. Before granting any special exemption, the Harbor Committee may refer the application to the Harbor Master for an informational report concerning the effect of the request on the surrounding moorings and any other pertinent data with respect to the comprehensive plan of the town of Rockport. Now we're on to Section B. All that was basically Section A. Section B, to the extent necessary, the applicant shall be responsible for costs associated with moving any moorings belonging to neighboring boat owners. Those moorings shall only be moved with the consent of the individuals whose moorings would be impacted. Section C, the Harbor Committee shall consider the degree to which modifying mooring locations in the vicinity of the applicant's mooring have been incorporated to mitigate adverse effects on surrounding moorings. In Section D, appeals of decisions may be the Harbor Committee's appeals of decisions made by the Harbor Committee for special exemption permits shall be made to the Select Board. And I don't need to read the remaining portion of that, do I? Did a copy of this proposed special town meeting article?
Yeah, I don't,
That's not part of it.
no.
I don't think that's part of it. So, on Article number 5, is there anyone wishing to speak in favor of Article number 5?
Yes, my name's Patrick Miller. May I?
Yes, sir. Please just announce who you are and where your affiliation.
Thank you. Yep, my name's Patrick Meller. I'm an attorney. I work at Stroughton Payson in Rockland, Maine. And Kenny Dodge and I have been working with a number of the other commercial fishermen to try to effectuate this change. May I approach?
Sure. And then only for, so people can hear back at home, go back to the mic. But yeah, if you've got some stuff for us. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So I just think it helps procedurally for us all to understand how we arrived here. Initially, the commercial fishermen were seeking a modification to the ordinance to allow boats of 50 feet or greater, commercial fishing vessels, to be moored in the inner harbor. In talking with Abby, it became clear that that would be problematic. It would be problematic to have unfettered vessels of 50 feet or greater in the inner harbor. So then we put together a request for a special exception and a letter to the Harbor Committee and to Abby. And Kenny and I met with the Harbor Committee on a couple of occasions. And what we arrived at, I think, was a mutual understanding that special exception was a better way to go. A special exception, as you probably know, special exceptions are available for land-based activities. If someone needs, for some reason, their building to be a little bit higher, or they can ask for a special exception. There's nothing like that right now in the harbor ordinance, so we proposed that that be permitted in the harbor. And there are a couple of, I believe, improvements that I have reviewed the proposed special exception language, and what I've done is redlined it, meaning I've made changes, and I would like to just have a quick opportunity to explain why I'm suggesting those changes. And may I hand the red line out?
How does this sound? Because this portion isn't necessarily the exchange back and forth, what I would ask is if you can hold on to those when you're done with your, because I know this is a complex topic, I definitely want to give you the time. Typically, we hold it to 3 minutes. But what I would ask is if you could kind of surmise your remarks, and if you have the ability to remain when we get into our board dialogue,
Absolutely.
as we explore the topic, if you're still here,
Sure.
we would be happy to have some
Okay.
more conversation back and forth.
Absolutely, thank you. Yep, Mr. Dodge obviously is here, Mr. Whitman's also here. They both, are able to answer questions as to why this modification is necessary. I think to sum it up, I'm a born and raised, I'm a local guy, Thomaston, not Rockport, but local. I've seen how the fishing fleet has been impacted by regulations. Fishing vessels need to be able to, they need to be bigger and faster. They need to be able to adapt to different gear during different seasons if they're going to be viable. If Rockport, and your comprehensive plan makes multiple specific references to how Rockport does value the commercial fishing fleet. And I have some references to page numbers later if you need them. So this is a simple suggestion for permitting commercial vessels to, if they're not going to negatively impact their neighbors in the harbor and you've seen the other requirements, to be able to be granted a special exception and have larger fishing boats in the inner harbor. I'll defer.
And just know that later on in the meeting, we will probably have some more dialogue back and forth on that, just
Sure,
maybe
thank
not
you.
right now.
I appreciate that. And perhaps, I don't know about Mr. Whitman's schedule, he may want to just chat briefly, give a minute or two, and then we'll hang around.
Great.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in favor?
My name's Scott Whitman, and I run the lobster buying dock. We lease space from the town. And I've been in this business about 30 years, and the business is definitely changing, and the vessels need to be able to diversify to other methods of fishing. What I've seen over the years is an increase in the size of boats everywhere that commercial fishing is taking place, not just in Rockport Harbor. I think if you think back, you'll find that most of the fishermen there now have larger boats than they had 10 years ago, or 5 years ago, or whatever. But this ordinance is very important to help maintain the fishing industry in Rockport, Maine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in favor of Article number 5? Seeing none, is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to Article number 5?
William Chapman, a resident of Rockport on Pascal Avenue. And all due respect to Kenny and Scott, both good people, known them for years, spent a lot of time down there in the harbor, so got well acquainted with them. My opinion here is I'm speaking in opposition to this. This is really sort of a putting the cart before the horse. The proper procedure would have been to come to the select board before the boat was built and before the boat was launched and placed on the mooring. At the time, it was said 40 feet. Everybody knew it was 40 feet. Built a boat that was 47 feet, and by the scuttlebutt down in the harbor, was told by his attorney, go ahead, put it in and see if the town will do anything. Well, what we're doing here is we're endorsing law breaking. Our ordinances have the effect of law. We don't go about or don't permit people to, with premeditation, violate our ordinances. Think about what this says to people. Let's look at the land use ordinances. There are specific guidance in there, or specific setbacks required depending on where the house is or building is. There are limitations on height, limitations on square feet, limitations on what you can change. What if somebody were to come in, right now it's typically 35 feet for the building height. Somebody goes in and just hires a contractor, comes in, puts a little addition on, bumps the second floor up a few feet. Well, it had been at, say, 32 feet, bump it up 7 feet, now it's at 35 feet, or 40 feet, rather. Do they now come to the select board and say, hey, yeah, I made a mistake, but, let's grandfather, let's make a special exception in the ordinance for this too. After all, it's really only 5 feet over. In this case, the boat's 7 feet over. So my noncompliance is less than the noncompliance that if you place this on the warrant and it passes, that you're going to be putting into effect here. Where does it start? Really, when that boat was launched and placed on that mooring, the town officers should have gone down and enforced our ordinances. Instead of, let's go and let's get the harbor committee to find a way of making this good. Now, I do have a question here on what is published here, because when I was looking at what was online over the weekend, I saw that there was another version of this further down that had a lot of blue line strike-throughs, which I think was actually submitted back by the Harbor Committee after the meeting back in August.
Yes.
And I don't see it referencing, and based on what we're talking about right now, we're talking about putting that on the ordinance. If you got something else back in there, that's the one we should be discussing now, not what we're thinking maybe we'll do, and then sneaking something in later, which nobody will have a chance to testify for or against, or neither for nor against. And I also understand that with that document came a recommendation from the Harbor Committee of 0 in favor, everyone opposed to making any of those changes or endorsing this. So, again, I'm speaking in opposition to this. I think it's time that we did our duties and enforced our ordinances.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there,
Yeah, given the fact that he made it stated that I stated something, I think I just quickly.
As I said, it was scuttlebutt in
No.
the harbor.
Sir, I will afford you ample time when we get into our deliberations. And it's not that I don't want to hear what it is that you have to say, we're trying to catch some timelines. But I assure you that we'll have ample time to have back and forth. To address Mr. Chapman's concern, we did, at our last meeting, request that the Harbor Committee review this ordinance because we had significant concerns with it, and they have proposed language. I don't know about the technicalities of that language is public. We didn't read it because it will get addressed when we get into our portions of trying to see what language we may put on there. I guess my understanding is that I'm only required to read what we approved last meeting. But yes, just for clarity, there is a recommendation from the Harbor Committee that we will discuss when we deliberate as a board, and there is proposed amendments to this ordinance that we will also discuss when we address it as a board. And then we also have some additional kind of proposed language from Mr. Dodge's attorney, which we will also discuss. So, not going to get into it right now. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in opposition to Article 5? Seeing none, is there anyone who wishes to speak neither for nor against Article 5? Mr. Rosenbaum?
Hi, I'm Jan Rosenbaum. I live in Rockport. I don't want to get into the technicalities that I'm not much aware of. All I want to say is that I want to support as much as possible the commercial fishing industry that remains in Rockport. What I do not want to see happen is that it is written in a way that it becomes a precedent for pleasure boats above 40 feet or above whatever our limit now is. So you have the word commercial in there. I want to make sure that it stays. I want to support the working waterfront, but I don't want it to slide into large pleasure boats coming into the harbor. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak neither for nor against Article 5? Seeing none, at 7:27, I will close the public hearing on Article 5. So I'm assuming that I'm going to read the rest of this language now, which states a copy of the proposed special town meeting articles and supporting documentation is on file with the town clerk and may be reviewed at the office of the town clerk during normal business hours, which is Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the Rockport Town Office. All interested persons are invited to attend the public hearing and will be given an opportunity to be heard, which we did. Because, again, I'm a little new at this, I've closed all those hearings. Is there anything else that I need to read before we move on to other, like the regular meeting?
Nope, not that I'm aware of.
All right. So with that, I will kind of close that section of the public hearings for the articles for the November ballot. And we'll now call the regular meeting of the Select Board to order. So please feel free to review some of the announcements that we have. They're all publicly available, and some of them are over there. One quick public announcement is Keep Rockport Beautiful will be doing their roadside beautification on the 29th and the 30th of this month. Please reach out to the town office or find Keep Rockport Beautiful on Facebook to volunteer. Our next meeting is September 25th of this month, which is September. And we have meetings that go after that. We have more meetings and meetings. We have vacancies. Please, if you have like any civic bone in your body and you are interested in any of the following: Board of Assessment Review, Pathways, Capital Improvement, Conservation, Harbor, Investment, Opera House, etc., please do not hesitate to reach out to the town office and get a committee application. We would be more than happy to talk with you. Agenda changes. Minutes. I move that we do, can I, I'm just trying to speed things up. I move that we table the minutes to be approved at our next meeting. Is that okay? Okay, I rescind my motion. We have before us the minutes of Monday, August 14th, which was a meeting of the Select Board, and also Tuesday, August 15th, which was a special meeting of the Select Board. I would entertain motions or amendments to either, first, the Monday, August 14th meeting. Any amendments to those minutes?
I make a motion, we accept them as written.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the minutes of August 14th, 2017? Good, that is unanimous. We do not have August 15th? Good, then I will table that. All right. Moving on to agenda changes. Good? Okay, good. One agenda change that I am aware of is I would like to move item G, which is to hear a report from the ad hoc committee for the upgrading of the West Rockport Fire Station. I would like to move that directly before the town manager's report, which is directly following public comment.
You can skip my manager's report and just accept it as written.
Does anyone have any issues with that agenda change?
I'm fine with that.
We vote on that, right? Did we vote on that? Agenda change? I don't remember.
you're the
Do we vote on agenda changes? Yeah, all those in favor, just to be, all those in favor. I'm in favor of it.
Could you repeat that? No.
We are moving.
I'm good with it. I'm just pulling you.
Oh, good. So item G has been changed. I would also propose that we move item H, which is to provide guidance to the Budget Committee regarding provider agency funding, directly following the completion of unfinished business. Are there any issues with that? Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Thank you. So those two items have been changed. Anyone else wanting to do an agenda change? Hearing none. Public comment. Public comment should be directed at issues not under discussion on this evening's agenda. Comment from the public will be welcome prior to each agenda item. Further comment will be granted only by permission from the board. All public comment should be brief and to the point. Is there anyone wishing to make public comment? Seeing none, I will move to the recently changed item G, which is to hear a report from the ad hoc committee for the upgrade of the West Rockport Fire Station. I see that we have the fire chief and Mr. Lane here. I would invite both of them to come up and give us an update. I think I'm getting this. This is starting to make sense. I gotta figure my piles out. Do you have anything that you wish to hand out?
She has, I believe, the email. There we go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jason,
No, I can see it here, fine.
share.
We can share. God, I couldn't get this to print, that's what took me so long.
The printer couldn't get the small print.
Bill's got to one-up me.
Oh, thank you kindly. He's the this is what he does.
Thank you.
Yeah,
They can see my house from
yeah,
here.
thank you, I couldn't.
And if you could,
Get me to print.
I can see why.
if you could just briefly, bring us up to speed on how we got here today.
August Select Board meeting, we were asked to re-adjourn or get back together the committee to look at the West Rockport Fire Station needs. We met last Wednesday. We were delayed because of some issues, but we did meet last Wednesday. Bill was here, Mr. Lane from Gartley Dorsky, as well as from the fire department. We had Brian Austin from
2A.
what is it?
2A.
2A architect, plus several members of the fire department were there. During the meeting, we basically sat down to discuss the current status of the building, the needs of the building, the future of the building, what we need in West Rockport, and throughout the meeting, we went on a variety of different things from the property that we have to potentially even separate locations. During that meeting, we came up with 4 different options we were asked to come up with a few options. As you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4. We came up with a variety of different potentials. And that's what we have so far.
As a person who happened to be at that meeting, my assessment, though I did scramble out a little bit early and wasn't there for the close of the meeting, what I gathered was that option number 3 on this smaller sheet was the one that appeared to have pretty broad support by those in attendance. Did you want to speak on option number 3 and why you all thought that that was the better option than some of the other options?
Sure. What I'll do is I'll touch on the other ones first real quick, just
Yep.
to kind of give the elimination on those. 1 and 2, one is, I believe, a 10-foot bump out that would only allow for 1 truck to fit into that bay. Option 2 is, I believe, a 40-foot bump out that would allow for 2 trucks to fit. The downfall with a single station with 2 trucks, one in front of the other, is if anything should happen to that front truck, meaning it doesn't start, your truck behind you is now also null and void. It's no good. So we don't feel that's a safe option for us at this time, simply because if something should go wrong with a lead truck, it could eliminate anything from rolling out of that station. Option 4, again, you wanted multiple options. This is the full Monty. This is tear down the fire station, the home that's there, level the property, and build 1 station. In discussion with the firefighters, there's not one member of the fire department that wants that. I think everybody's in agreement that we are not looking for any type of Taj Mahal. We're not looking for a massive fire station. We're looking for something that will accommodate a regular sized fire truck at any time in the station. So we feel option 3 right now would be the best option for us at this time. It's a 2-bay system coming onto Route 90. It has a 20-foot bump out off the back.
Hold that at some distance.
I can't see it either way.
17.
17-foot bump out on the back.
Do you want the bigger one to look at?
I got it. What that allows is that will allow us to fit any apparatus that we own into either one of those bays. That would also allow for any potential small ladder truck to fit in there for coverage. Currently, the fire trucks that are located on this side of town will not fit in any of the bays over in West Rockport. If any one of the trucks in West Rockport were to go down, the new truck, we would be losing one of our attack trucks on that side of town, and we would not be able to replace it and move one of our trucks over there currently. So option 2 would be a remodel of what we currently have. I will let Mr. Lane here speak to the longevity of it. That's not my forte. We feel that this remodel would be, again, a basic remodel, but it would also allow us to keep it for a much more extended time frame than putting a bump out for $85,000 now, and then whenever the money's funded, another 5 years, tearing that whole back section down to put even a bigger bump out. We don't want to keep putting a Band-Aid on a Band-Aid to Band-Aid to keep it going. We'd rather get it fixed properly. So that's why we feel option 3 would be the best option at this time, versus the 4 of a complete tear down and complete rebuild of a new station altogether.
And just before you leave, because I thought it was interesting, I hadn't necessarily given it too much thought. So for some of the other board members, you know, can you talk about the Route 17 side and why most of what is designed is all for exiting onto Route 90
Yep.
kind of exclusively.
Currently, the light heading towards Augusta on the Route 17 side, where the light is set up, there's two vehicles that can go to the red light and are blocking the exit for our fire truck. So if the light is to turn red and there's two vehicles, we cannot get a fire truck out onto the main road because of that light. And the light can take anywhere from a minute to 2 minutes depending on turn signals. So our truck could be potentially stuck in that parking lot for up to 2 additional minutes. So getting out into that intersection is very difficult. It's blind to the left because of the hill, as well as the traffic light.
Okay, thank you.
You want to speak to the longevity of the building?
All these scenarios would be looking to construct with long-lasting durable materials. The difference between option 2 in particular compared to option 3 is that we're working against an existing gradient condition off the back of that fire station at present. The grade drops down fairly markedly close to the backside of the building. The option number 3 compared to option number 2, pushing back less distance into an area that would need to be filled, would be a benefit from the construction phasing. There is the operational difficulty that arises of not utilizing a side-by-side engine bay arrangement, where with the implementation of option 3, it's possible. The distinction between the two is that obviously the wood-framed center portion of the station remains in either option 1 or option 2, which is a cost driver to eliminate that and eliminate the basement and relocate the mechanicals. But once, moving beyond that to either option 3 or option 4, 3 has benefits as well.
What I'll do is, because I was at that meeting, and I thought it was a very interesting meeting, I'll just raise a couple of things that I think would be helpful. All of our trucks in this new proposed bay in option number 3, the larger one, we would be able to fit any one of our town fire trucks, including the one that we just ordered, basically any, even our largest trucks, in there with ease.
Yes.
Correct.
And also, I'll just note kind of 2 things that I thought were really important. One, building on what both of you said about longevity, that was something that that committee seemed to be very aware of and wanting to ensure that this option, if built this way, would serve our needs for the foreseeable future, and only if somehow we paid all kinds of things off and it made sense for us to talk about new improvements to that area would we kind of build on and around it. But this option would satisfy basically all of our needs for the foreseeable future and have a building lifespan of roughly, what were you all saying, like 30, 40 years?
40 years would be reasonable to expect.
And then the other thing I recall was there was a lot of talk of trying to get some good numbers to present to us because of the quickness of which some of these options were explored and how things are still a little uncertain. It seemed like wanting to pose some numbers to us seemed like it would be a little inappropriate, but we're not going to make motions on this tonight. But I would not be surprised to see a more thorough discussion on our end, and I'm sure maybe we'll talk about it a little bit tonight, but to try to see if this is something we are in favor of exploring further, so we can, over time, get some more hard and fast plans with some numbers associated with them, so we can figure out, is this something we can build right away? Is this something we can start putting some money aside for and build it in a couple of years? So I think that is kind of how we'll go from here, which is more general discussions about is this something that, as a general concept, the board likes and would like this committee to continue exploring, so we can have better prints, better numbers, and we can figure out if this is a financially attainable thing for us to do? And I would look to others.
Well, I guess I'd like just some clarification. Being new to the board, I've sort of heard some of the history that's gone on here, but, so I guess I'm a little surprised that there were four options. I guess when I came on board, sort of my understanding, and we did the tour of the fire station, and you know, even talked about the potential of having the main fire station out in West Rockport for a lot of reasons, response time, things like that. But having said that, it was my understanding that Plan 1 had sort of already been approved in theory, and maybe even some money raised for it.
That was approved prior to the order of the truck that's currently sitting in the bay that we ordered. That's what
The Ben Tolman truck?
yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, right, and so
That truck ended up getting ordered to custom fit because the building wasn't gonna be able to be processed in any
Right.
time frame. So the truck had to be customized to fit into what was currently there.
and it really doesn't
So option
fit.
option one was really just to fit that truck in there. So that really was just, we put that on there because that was the original option. That's why it's still on there.
But there's no space in front of, and I'm sorry, I call it Ben's truck, just
No, that's
because that's how they, there's no space in front or behind it, but
Currently,
isn't,
there's not.
You're right, but Plan 1 is sort of meant to alleviate that, is that
It would
correct?
allow for roughly 4 feet in front and 4 feet in the back, yes.
Okay,
But that still would, that still wouldn't allow for other trucks to fully fit into that bay.
right. So am I incorrect in thinking that sort of the plan was to just get some more space for the current truck, Ben's truck? And then look more to future planning and what do we really need in West Rockport and,
Again, we have Alan Mitchell, who owns a construction business,
Sure.
Bill Lane,
Yeah.
and Brian Austin as well. If we're gonna sink 85,000 into that little bump and then another 5 years, we're gonna be tearing the majority of that down to add on even more.
yeah,
It seems like a waste of money, so that's why we really don't even see option one. I mean, to me, it's a waste of money. I mean, I'm not even a taxpayer here, and I wouldn't agree to it if we're gonna spend that much money and then rip down everything that we just built to add on again.
but that was the original plan.
That was the original plan, yes.
And also,
Do we have, well, we don't, but I'd be very curious, I mean, I can understand the attraction of Plan Number 3, but do we have any idea about how the cost of Plan Number 3 might compare to Number 1? I mean, obviously, if they both cost $85,000, you know, sure, go ahead and build 3.
No, there will be a substantial difference in the cost of them, but we don't have a price tag associated with any of the iterations at this point.
Except Number 1.
Well, that
was
is
3 years
aged
ago.
out a little bit as well,
Okay.
because that was during
Okay.
the development of the bond package that is, you know, currently being implemented. And this project's being held in abeyance.
Yeah.
Modified to some degree by the objectives to make this a more longer-term effective project when it does get implemented and reflects the realities of the acquisition of the Thorndike parcel. So it is going to be different inherently.
and that was the only thing that I was gonna bring up, is a lot of what was worked up previously was prior to us acquiring the parcel of land that you see in here that's behind
Number
it.
one allowed us to go right to the line without
Right.
going onto their property. That's why you see it as it sits.
And why option 2 is now actually an option, because they weren't able to go that far back until now we have that property. And I will get to you, is it all right if you wait until we're done with at least them?
I was just gonna give you a little of the history on how we came to the 85,000.
Does anyone have any objections with a brief update from the prior chair who was involved in passing that bond and working that up and getting those numbers? Any issues?
I'd welcome
Yeah.
sort of the historical process. Like you say, I'm new, and You know, I think if Bill can shed a little bit of light on what people were thinking.
This isn't the Steve Beveridge history version, so. When we came to doing the infrastructure bond, what is it, 3 Novembers ago now? We put in money to repair the building. The roof was compromised. Actually, I think there are 2 roofs there. One that was built over the old roof, which had failed previously. Now the current roof is starting to fail and allow water infiltration. So we put the money in, also realizing that we had to expand Bay 1 a little bit. That's what brought it up to the 85,000. It wasn't intended to be the start of a major redesign or rebuild of the facility, or even a tear down and rebuild elsewhere. It was just to fix the current issues with that building. That's how we came to the $85,000 number.
So that's excuse me. So did the other repairs get done, the roof and?
No.
Not to my knowledge at this point. But one of the things, though, with that infrastructure bond, the vote was for a total amount. We came in under budget and on a couple of them over budget. So actually, I think there's more left in that budget than just the 85,000, which in theory, because it's been approved, could be used on this.
Okay.
And I'll build on that because I know what Rick's going to say, which is what I was hoping for, which was more, we came in under budget monies. A good chunk of that was put towards Mount Pleasant and doing some road work there, so we did not have to raise additional taxes. That said, we did shift some monies, so that 85,000
is now
125,000, and then there are other things that we could discuss over time as far as bumping that number up to minimize any monies that need to be allocated above that, if that's a route that we choose to go.
And can someone also explain to me, how does this escape the attention of the Capital Improvement Committee?
Well, actually, Mr. Allen is on the Capital Improvement Committee.
Yeah.
What maybe you should be aware of, and I hope that I'm accurate in saying this, is that Capital Improvements Committee was not meeting regularly.
No, but it is now.
It is now.
Yeah.
So I anticipate getting a recommendation
From them about
this.
Okay.
I mean, that, and then go ahead.
2 things. Can Megan come up and talk about the Capital Improvement Committee thing? But one of the things that was kind of the snag in this was, as Jason pointed out, that in order to get the addition we needed on the back of the building for the truck that's in there now, we were negotiating with Linwood Thorndike for an easement or a little piece of his land to be able to push us right up to the property line so we'd have the appropriate setbacks. Mr. Thorndike since passed away, and then the town purchased the whole piece of property. So we're no longer restricted by that property line. But the original intent was to add a small addition of, I think it's actually bigger than what we originally planned, but a small addition, 10 feet or something, on the back of the building so we could get that truck in there. And that was estimated at the time of about $85,000. It was an estimate. We've now closed in some of those other infrastructure projects, and we're down to the last few, and so we have enough money to put 125 into that project. I have no idea if that would complete it or not. I don't know, but that was the original intent.
125,000?
Yes, yeah.
And
We have that money for number 1.
We have that money enough to do, we would have that if it,
Forever, whatever.
whatever one, if it would do number 3, I
Yeah.
mean, to me, I think, I totally agree that the option number 3 probably makes the most sense. The question is, we don't have enough money for that. And then where's that money gonna come from, and how much is that gonna be?
Right, and.
Sorry, Doug.
Excuse me, I'll just finish my last thought and then yield the floor. So, I mean, that's right, because the money does have to come from somewhere, and unless we have a way to prioritize it with other projects that are going on in the town, it's hard to say, yes, we ought to go this way or go the more expensive way, because, if we do a more expensive way here, something else is gonna have to give, and we don't know yet what that will be to give, because again, we don't see it in the context of the capital improvement plan.
Megan can speak about where this building is in the capital improvement plan.
So with Alan Mitchell on the capital improvement plan, we were waiting for further direction from the committee that was formed to provide ideas or suggestions to the select board in regards to the renovations that they were looking at. And until we got that, and until we understood what the price tag on that was gonna be, we kinda had to set that item off to the side. We do have another meeting in a couple weeks, and I was hoping at that point Alan would have some more information to funnel back into the capital improvement plan. Also, it's important to know that with the general obligation bond that we took out, we have another 18 months and we have to spend that money, or else it goes back to the bond bank.
It's usually not a problem.
So any money that's left or unspended, or the project, no direction has been taken with the project, then that money goes back because of the type of general obligation bond that we took. So, I mean, it is relatively important that a decision is reached in enough time so that we can start construction, finish construction, and get it paid
Is
for
that
out of the bond.
18 months from last July 1st,
No, it's 18 months from this month.
from this month?
So, I just want to, for an abundance of clarity, it seems to me in hearing all this, that the critical issue, there are a number of critical issues, but what's driving any sort of addition to this building at all is meeting the needs of fire trucks, fire engines. You've bought a fire engine which you've had to customize just so that option one would be viable. As that building stands now, even this customized option, you can't fit that truck in that building, correct?
It fits today.
Fits
It's
with.
today with 2 inches in the front bumper and 3 inches in the rear bumper.
Okay, so this is something I'm going to imagine you know a lot more about than I do. What about the next fire truck?
There is no other fire truck that'll currently fit in that bay.
So I'm talking about the next time we need to buy one. What is the likelihood that even with option one, we'll be able to, 10 years from, whenever we have to buy the next truck, would option one work without having to go through customizations, which I don't know what they cost, but I presume that
It was
they're
about
not cheap.
$13,000 more.
Okay,
And no, you would have to customize it to fit.
okay.
And then I'll just throw something out there.
Hold on just a second.
Yep.
Can I
With option.
mean, the option one drawing has a 40, my eyes aren't very good, 43-foot bay.
Yep.
And option four has a 44-foot bay. So they're basically the same size bay. So you're saying the new truck we're gonna buy won't fit in a 44-foot bay?
No, with option one, it would fit. I think that he didn't hear the.
Yeah. So the
Right,
new-
depending
You
on-
can't put two trucks in there. You can
Correct.
put the new truck we're gonna get next year would fit in that expanded bay,
In option one.
in option
In
one.
any of the options,
In
yes.
any of
Well, my question was really about the customization. So, what I heard and what I sought further clarity about was to fit that let me put the question a different way. What if 10 years from now, we need to order a truck, or we want to order a truck that's not customized? That we don't have to put, did you say $13,000? Extra
Correct.
into, to make it presumably smaller, to fit? I'm interested in to what degree any of these options enable us to go forward without having to customize the trucks.
Any of them.
Okay.
And one thing that I'll throw out there, why I have, in my own brain anyway, heavily entertained some pretty different plans than what was previously proposed when the money was set aside for it, was the acquisition of the abutting property. And with that now, the range of options is has opened up a lot. And so why I've been trying to encourage this discussion is I think that it's a good time to reassess, see what monies we have, what monies we may think we can come up with, to set ourselves up with this new property and new flexibility to see if we can financially do some upgrades to this that meets our purposes for the long term. And we can have a lot more range of options. And I think that if we hadn't acquired that property, we'd be having a much different conversation, because a lot of these options wouldn't even make necessarily sense.
If I could, just.
Please.
Because we've been sort of beating the paper to death. You did what we asked, you come back with options. The group thinks 3 is better than the rest. I wouldn't disagree with them, having seen the interactions with traffic and fire trucks there. I would suggest that we charge the capital improvement people with looking at number 3 and bringing back information for it and prioritizing that one rather than working the other 3 or any of the other 3.
One last thing, I just want to mention too, that we have 33 volunteer firefighters. Out of those 33 volunteers, we have 4 people that live on this side of town. 2 of those are Charlie Knight and Bruce Woodward, over 40 years of service. So those 2 members are going to be fairly soon retiring. So that's going to leave 2, and both of those gentlemen have over 35 years. After that, we have nobody under 35 years on this side of town. 3 of our trucks are on this side of town, 1 main truck's on that side of town. So the other benefit to 3 is every single other gentleman that, or woman that responds to fires come from that side of town. So that can delay us that much longer if we only get 1 truck in over there and everybody on this side of town slowly starts retiring. That means we're going to have multiple trucks sitting here waiting for someone to drive from West Rockport to get here to get a truck to drive all the way back to West Rockport. So times have significantly changed. Most of those people can't afford to live in the downtown area. They live in West Rockport. They live down in Glen Cove, out in Rockville. So the majority of our fire department is in that West Rockport corridor. So it's hard enough to find volunteers as it is. We're very fortunate. We're doing better than most towns in this county. Our response times are the fastest in this entire county. They have been for the last 3 years. So that's another big factor that we should take into consideration, whether it's short-term or long-term, that the majority of our guys are going to be coming from that side of town to begin with. So.
And if I could maybe build on what Mark was saying, I like the idea of getting the Capital Improvements Committee involvement in it. My only hesitancy is if we were to wait for their recommendation when we get the entirety of the plan, we may be getting pretty close to the end of that 18 months. So could we, what do you all think about asking the Capital Improvements Committee, which does comprise a volunteer firefighter who is very much aware of this situation, to liaison with that committee and try to get us some thoughts on this item specifically prior to when they submit the entirety of the plan? And I'm also kind of looking down there at you, Rick. I don't know about exactly the timeline for that that Capital Improvements Committee.
October.
Yeah.
12th, that's when we're getting our stuff?
Well, the challenge, I mean, the
That's
challenge.
not too bad, that's,
No. One of the challenges that the Capital Improvement Committee is gonna have, that option 3 doesn't have a price tag attached to it. I mean, I have no idea whether it's $200,000 or, you know, $750,000. You know, there's no, I mean,
The other ones don't either, though, right?
well, some
I
of
mean,
them
you know
don't.
how much money
Well,
you've got
that-
to spend.
But ones that we're about ready to spend money on, we need a number.
The number we had
Yeah.
was 3 years old, I think. is what
Yeah, but do you have any, does your gut tell you, Bill, what this is gonna cost? Because I notice it means filling the basement, filling the basement, building it back. It looks like it's gonna need a whole new roof structure.
Yeah, Owen
What?
tried to pin me down as well last Wednesday.
tried to.
Yeah,
I snuck out of it then, and I think I'm gonna try and weasel out of it now. Alan is willing to put pen to paper and come up with a cost of,
just a ballpark?
estimate reasonably quickly. I don't wanna put out a number that's a shocker up or down that's wrong.
I guess I might feel a little bit differently than Mark on that. Do we currently have $125,000 that tomorrow we could,
Yes.
well, I mean, I guess if we have the money, we have a plan, I guess my inclination would be to go with Plan 1 and then buy ourselves some time, because we have the money, and go ahead and spend it, and then really, give some thought to the future of what we want our fire department to be in West Rockport with everything that Jason said, and do it right, sort of the first time.
What about the sale of, the potential sale of the rest of the land that we bought? Because we, in a previous meeting, authorized you, Rick, to discuss with the property owner whose name you've mentioned, and I can't remember,
Nelson Tolman.
Yes.
the possibility of purchasing the remainder of the land that we would not need. Have we in some way already encumbered that potential, the funds from that sale?
That's gonna be a relatively small amount of money. That's not gonna be a,
Because I don't think it's really good to anybody except for the
Right.
abutting owner, so.
yeah, you're not gonna realize, you're not gonna realize enough money to really put a dent in the total cost.
Okay.
So building on what Doug was saying, and Chief, if you gotta get out of here.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Under other scenarios, I would probably be agreeing with you. Under this scenario, though, kind of getting back to what was discussed earlier is trying to be fiscally prudent and doing things within our budget is great, except when you know that you've still left yourself deficient, and that in the foreseeable future, not even in that far away from now, the potential of coming up with a plan and expanding the capabilities of this station would mean tearing down some relatively recent construction work. And so how I've built this in my mind, and I'm happy to be corrected, is we have certain monies. We expanded those monies from 85 up to 125. We anticipate some monies coming from the sale of that land, not a ton, but maybe getting us close to 150,000, close to maybe. And when I was exploring this with them, what I kind of came to grapple on as I was trying to get some numbers out of Bill was that the difference between what we have from those monies and the sale of land, the difference between that and getting us to option 3, which in my opinion and in the opinion of others, is a long-term building, meets all of our needs, could be easily added on to later on when, we have those conversations and see about our finances then. But the amount that we would have to figure out to come up with is not conceptually enough for me to say, nope, don't go with 3 because it's going to be too expensive. It seemed like what we were dealing with was somewhere between another $100,000 or a little bit more.
You willing to back that?
No,
Bill?
he's not, and I'm
Okay,
throwing,
then-
and I'm
then
throwing.
I
mean, but I think it's a good thought
Would you
exercise.
like me to see if Mr. Mitchell would like to come up with a couple figures for 1 and 3 before the next meeting?
And it's just, if we can have a
Might be
long-term
very
building that
helpful.
meets
Alright.
our needs.
Let's do that.
Yep.
We'll talk with Alan and see if he's willing to come up with numbers for what it would cost currently to do 1 with that, and then 2.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask Bill a question? Sure. Bill, is it at all possible? I mean, my recommendation would be, number 1 would work if we were comfortable with that working for a period of 10 years or so. And, if it met our needs for 10 years or so, that would be, that was the original thought, was it would meet our needs for 10 years. But given the fact that the firefighters are on this side of the Route 1 are aging out, and most of the responders come from the other side, the other side of Route 1, and respond to the West Rockport station, it does make sense that option 3 is an option that we should be leaning towards. Is it possible, Bill, to make the addition on option 1 conform to more of the shape of option 3, so that we're not losing any construction, we don't have to tear it down to construct? I'm assuming option 3 is gonna have a whole new roof structure?
Right. Yep.
And then we deal with the roof structure at that point in time?
Yeah, there could be some incremental adaptations to 1 so that 3 is plausible, with
And we're not throwing away the
exactly
work?
the same price tag as what you see there, but yeah, you could set up with 1 and not preclude 3, and what you would be trying to do is not create a whole lot of waste in what you generate with iterations.
The roof structure you put on the back of option 1, if you expanded option 1 to a 17-foot addition rather than a 10-foot addition, the additional roof structure you'd have to tear up, but you're gonna have to tear up the whole roof structure anyway. To build the option 3 is gonna be a whole new roof structure anyway.
The capital improvement has a meeting on the 26th at 4, I believe. So perhaps Alan can have something by then or before, so that we can get off of this and have a number to work with. Make him look good, though. Pick a number now and make him go under it.
Excellent. Yeah, that's good.
175.
If it was that, if we could get to that.
But Owen's right. I
It's
mean,
quite a case of limbo.
Owen's right. I mean, if it's a matter of 200 and we've already got 125, it's a little more palatable, but we need to be doing something before we get our next 2 school bills coming into us. The sooner the better, so.
And I would only also throw out there that of all the things that we as a town hold as values and try to commit our taxpayers' monies to, you're somewhat hard-pressed to find a more worthy endeavor than ensuring that if my house catches on fire, someone's there to put it out with the right capabilities, which is one of the reasons that I have been really wanting to see what it would look like to set us up really good for the future. All of our fire ratings and what people realize for homeowners insurance because of these capabilities, how much we depend on the firefighters for so many different things, is why I am excited about seeing what we can't do to come up with the money to get the building that you need.
So if my calculations are right, March of 19 is our 18 months. So, there we go.
Yep.
March of 19.
Is there anything else? We don't have to make any motions on this, but are you all pretty clear? Liaison with Alan Mitchell, capital improvements, explore option 3, also explore option 1, and see if option 1 could be worked to have option 3 be a somewhat seamless process for an add-on later on. Does that sound good?
It does.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, now on to the town manager's report.
You really want me to go through this? Okay.
Can we?
No,
Can we wait until, I mean,
yeah, I'm okay with waiting.
we've got Jan waiting
Yeah,
and we've still got these
please.
guys waiting.
If everyone will overlook the fact that we did not change that in the agenda, I will temporarily ignore item 4 and just go on to
Please ignore me.
unfinished business. We will get back to you later. Appointment.
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, good.
Everybody else does.
Appointment of a representative to serve on the board of the Midcoast Economic Development District, otherwise known as MCED. We've discussed this previously, where we were looking for a planning board member that may be interested, and we were not able to find said planning board member, so we had discussed our Planning and Community Development Director, Jamie Francomano, to serve on that board.
I move to appoint planning. and
That
community.
said, we did have a individual show interest in this, And so what I would like to do is offer to have Mr. Bill Chapman come up and talk about why you reached out to us. I apologize that this came at such a late time. And before we, there's a bunch of them. And before we kind of move too much onto it, though we typically don't, Rick, did you want one of these?
Sure.
Though we typically don't approve someone that hasn't been kind of notified on the agenda, this is a different case where this is not a town committee. And so after some discussion, I felt comfortable that we could have this discussion tonight and consider Bill Chapman as our representative to serve on that board. Bill?
I originally declined to continue my service on there because I felt it would be much better if one of you were to step forward and taken that, to have a firm voice from the select board, the government of our town. Then you were saying you were going to look at a volunteer coming maybe off the planning committee, and I was good with that too. What my objection is, and this is nothing to do with Jamie or his capabilities or anything like that, it's knowing a lot of the other members that are on the board now. They are town or municipal city planners, county commissioners and things, and those people tend to have a different point of view or perspective of things than somebody who is really coming from the more civilian side, if you would like, put it that way. And so when I saw on the agenda that nobody had volunteered to come forward and that Jamie was going to take it, I thought I'd best put my 2 cents or my hat back in the ring on this one, and volunteer to do it. Again, being a citizen representing the town, much like a citizen off the select board would be having that. Also, as you see on there, since the current MCED has been established, and I think that was in 2010 or 11, I have been actually on the executive committee, which meant I was on the board of directors, which meant I was on the General Assembly. I had been put on there, and I've been on there the entire time. The last 2 years, I was the treasurer as well. So,
Well, Bill, this is what we all wanted in the beginning, so it would be an honor to move to appoint William Chapman to serve on the board of the Midcoast Economic Development District.
Second. Only for clarity, is there a date, an end date, a term for this?
not by the MCED bylaws. Their rules of governance do not stipulate that any member, really, it starts at the General Assembly level. There's no limitation on how long a person could serve there, which means nobody, there's no term limit on who gets then elected to the board of directors or then to the executive committee.
And it's, to the best of your knowledge, if we find a different candidate, and I'm just throwing these things out there so we are clear about this role, if we find a different candidate, all we would have to do is make a motion to remove you from that, put a different person in.
Call me in and say, thank you for your service, goodbye, and I'd be happy.
And then if you found that it was more than you wanted to take on, you can simply resign from that. Just because I am not overly familiar with it and not seeing like a term on there, just kind of wanted to get a feel for how that looks for us on our end.
Yeah. If at any time I don't feel I'm capable of handling that position anymore, I could resign at any, of course, I would let you folks know.
We're not gonna
Because
chain you to
really,
the table.
each town who's a member of MCED, which means we pay the dues, gets 2 representatives on their General Assembly.
Is Rick one of them?
Actually, I think Jamie is already
Jamie's
one of them.
already on
This is really an elevation to the next level.
Okay.
But right now, technically, there is a vacancy from the town of Rockport on the GA, so really you would be just appointing me to MCED, not to the board of directors necessarily. They will handle that.
Can we move the question?
Great, so is there any further discussion? Nope, all those in favor?
Thanks again.
Thank you.
Appreciate
It's
that very
unanimous.
much.
Appreciate it. All right.
And that means I'm gonna have to take another day off of working on the house?
All right, moving right along. Unfinished business B, which is consider a request to accept the donation of a bench in Marine Park. And I see that we have our harbor master here. And we do have some information about this, but if you wanted to come up and yeah. I read over the memo. I mean, I feel a little bad denying, but with an intent to thoroughly evaluate what benches would look like in the harbor area. So where are we at? What are we doing?
So I met with Dave Jackson, who's the chair of the Parks Committee, and we walked around, and I had suggested initially in my first memo, I said that I'd like to get away from the granite benches, because it looks a bit like a graveyard, and don't really want to get that look throughout. So, but I spoke with Mr. Now his name is escaping me. Vance Williams.
Reverend.
Mr. Reverend Williams.
Reverend Williams.
And he was very adamant about wanting to put a bench there, and we didn't really have a process in place for how to do that. So I do think that there is, and Dave Jackson agreed with me, that there is one more spot that sort of has a corresponding granite bench next to Andre, and it would be another one, one more. So it wouldn't be totally out of place there. And I think I spoke with Mark and showed him where we were thinking about putting it. And then in the future, if you all do approve this tonight, that would go forward. And then moving forward, the Parks Committee would pick out a design for a bench to replace the concrete sort of teak benches that are in there that are just a maintenance absolute nightmare, so that people looking to donate a memorial bench or any kind of dedicated bench in the future will have a design, and we'll start replacing the ones going down, so they're all sort of symmetrical and have a look, and get sort of vetted that way.
And I believe I read that he is not a
He is
resident
not.
of Rockport, a resident of Thomaston.
He is a resident of Thomaston, correct?
Can anyone here clarify for me the cemetery that's on the corner of Russell Avenue and Bayview Street? Seaview, right. Do you have to be a resident of Rockport to be buried there? So there's a precedent, okay.
Well, and yeah, that's an entirely different conversation where it previously was open to everyone, but it being a very desirable, we put a moratorium.
Sort of like the harbor, okay.
You can see from my recommendation, my recommendation is that you table this and have a further conversation with the Parks Committee and look into what other towns do about the assignment of these benches. It's more complicated than that, rather than just, us approving one. I mean, I know we've done it in the past, and if we're getting more and more of these, we should have a policy and a plan for how to do it.
I would agree with that. I mean, we ought to get some input from them, and Linda's been here second to Steve and I at one point in time, and I think this is the first one I remember ever hearing about in 30 years, so the likelihood of us being overrun with them is probably pretty slim, but there ought to be something in place so that we can.
We've had two go down there, probably without much fanfare. They've gone through just the granite one that I was talking about by Andre. Is a memorial bench that just got placed 2 years ago. But
if people think it's an option, you may see more of them. I believe
look down the breakwater.
Yeah, they just put a batch more in Camden that they put in. Someone was telling me they put them in Camden on the Harbor Park, that they're there with a space for somebody to basically buy a space and memorialize.
And I talked to Dave Jackson about how that works, and the benches, it costs $5,000 to have a memorial bench. The benches themselves cost $3,000, and they're paying for the privilege of having the bench there, I guess.
Jeez, I've made some sweet benches, and I've never made $3,000 on a bench. I think that it probably comes a bit with the territory of having the former chair here. It seemed as though he wanted to provide some input. We typically don't entertain this many, but please, come up. You served this town with distinction and honor, and we value your input.
There are a number of other benches around. One that was put in and is within the last 6 or 7 years over at Walker Park as well, up on the overlook point. And it's a wooden bench, but it has a brass plaque on there saying who it was donated by or in memory of. And it wouldn't be something that could be right out here overlooking Mary Lee Park or over in Goodrich Park or over in Memorial Park. And actually, there was also a bench put in for Mary Ann Lehman over at One Lime Rock Library, which I don't know, but I think may have been now transported down to the temporary site. But that was a granite bench as well. So there is quite a bit of history in the last 9 years of people donating benches like that. And I do agree with Abby's assessment of those current wooden benches down there being a maintenance nightmare. So,
And you consulted with the parks and people, or did the board make a decision back then?
on the library one, it was made to the library committee, and they just asked us for endorsement to put it because of it being, as I recall, being on town property. But it was in her memory by some of her college roommates, as I recall. But it went to the library committee because she'd been serving on the library committee, which then brought it to us for blessing, the select board for blessing. And I do remember the one coming from Walker Park, and that came with the endorsement of the Parks Committee.
Well, I agree that a policy would be a good thing to investigate and come up with. Personally, though, I think for non-residents, for me, that would be a non-starter, but let's,
And before anyone makes a motion, can their motion just include a letter of thanks to Mr. Williams for his offer and just a little bit of information that his request facilitated a conversation, and come spring, there may be an opportunity for him to fulfill what he wants to do.
That'd be great, because he does come down quite a bit.
Yep.
And I told him tonight was a meeting, and so he'll want to know.
So you're just asking for a motion to table it until spring?
From what I've understood is typically the chairs don't make the motions, I guess. I don't know. So I just wanted to, whoever moved a potential motion, to just try to, appreciate Mr. Williams' offer and make sure that we've thanked him for it and all that stuff. So I move to table the request to accept the donation of the bench for Marine Park until a policy can be developed by the Parks Committee and approved by the board to handle requests like this in the future, with a letter to Reverend Williams with our gratitude for his appreciation of our park, and let him know that we will be working on it. We'll get back to him later.
second.
Could you, in saying the future, could you pick a month and a year, just to give them something to go by? I don't want to give them too
Mr.
much
Reverend
leeway.
Williams or the Parks Committee?
Parks Committee.
Everybody.
I would love to give them a timeline. I guess my assumption was going into the winter, they had a little bit of flexibility to discuss it.
I'm just,
So,
Give them
Rick,
a-
when are we having our update from Parks Committee?
Boy, I don't know when that's on the schedule. You're on the Parks Committee, right, Mark?
13th of,
The liaison?
Because if it's not unreasonable, they could give us an update when they come in and give us their update.
But they-
But if that's quickly, then they may not have enough time to talk about it.
It may be too quick for them, but the challenge for them will be, the makeup of the Parks Committee, Mark, now is, have they got people on the Parks Committee that are in town year-round now? So they have enough people to have a quorum?
Oh, but not enough to have a quorum, I don't know.
I thought it was the 13th of September, I just was checking.
No, it's not the 13th, because today is.
11th.
He's talking about the next
Oh, the
meeting.
next
The next
meeting.
meeting, that's what I'm,
Yeah,
I think it's the 13th,
yeah.
I'm just gonna,
I would, because I just think it would be odd to amend our motion for this. Maybe as we provide this information to them, we would hope that we would have good guidance prior to spring, so when the next construction season comes around and it's viable to put a bench in, we have guidance on that. But I would just kind of give them the wiggle room to figure out if it's October, November, December when they finalize that. That's my opinion. I'll look to anyone else if, but we have a motion on the floor and a second. The only thing was a date of which for them to report back, but I think we can be pretty confident that we will have a report back from them prior to anyone putting a bench in springtime, which is the only next time that it makes sense to do it. So, call for the tabling motion. All those in favor? Great, it is unanimous. Thank you very much. Moving on to the item that we bumped up, which was previously new business H, provide guidance to the Budget Committee regarding provider agency funding. We have in our packets a letter from the Budget Committee Chair, Jan Rosenbaum, where he kind of lays out how we've done something new here, and it worked out okay, but now you want some further guidance on specifications and parameters, and you want more from us, so walk me through it.
Okay. Jan Rosenbaum, I'm Chair of the Budget Committee again. Last year, just as a very short recap, last year the Budget Committee was given responsibility for determining what agencies, what provider agencies working in Rockport would get what kind of money. This had not been done by the Budget Committee in the memory of anybody on the Budget Committee. This had been put on the tax bills as a suggestion. While you're writing out your taxes, why don't you write out a second check for, and that didn't, for private agencies, and that didn't work very well. So last year, what we did was we simply contacted the people who had been listed on the agencies that had been listed on the tax bill, asked them to fill out the same application form that we had always used, and then we interviewed them and we allotted money. And we all looked at each other while we were doing this, saying, what is it exactly that we're doing here? It all makes us very nervous. So we met last week as our beginning meeting for the year, and we would like a couple of things from you folks. One is some direction for amount of money that we have at our disposal. That is, it might be a hard cap, it might be a soft cap, keep it around so-and-so, it might be a percentage of the budget. Last year it was about $9,000. This year we're going to be doing it differently, of course, so a cap of money or a suggestion for money. This year we will be putting out advertisements in the local media to have provider agencies apply for possible money. This will entail a lot more work, and we are going to develop a process by which we are going to discuss how we do the advertising, where we do the advertising, what we're asking agencies to provide, and how we're going to judge them on what kinds of merits. I'll be drawing this up along with Tom Murphy, my vice chair, and one of the things that we would like is the blessing or the corrections, the edits from the select board on the process that we're going to put in place so that we can leave that process to other budget committees. And the third thing that we want on this is the current application. I don't know the date, I don't know the background on it, but has on it that a provider agency, as part of their application, must provide a petition signed by 35 registered voters of Rockport in order to apply for the money. It's a 10 or 15 page application. I've sent you all a copy of it. In the application, we ask what services they provide to Rockport residents, who they provide, not who they provide them to, but how many people in Rockport get their services. Do they have any Rockport employees, full-time, part-time, and et cetera. We know who's working in Rockport and who isn't. But if we ask people to fill out a petition, our fear is that they are simply going to have their caseworkers carry the petition along with them and ask the person that they're providing help to, oh, by the way, would you please sign the petition so we can continue to provide help? This is coercion. It is incredibly unfair. And also, since the petitions are public information, people who get help from these agencies may have their names and addresses released inadvertently if somebody files a FOIA. So we don't see, this also provides a lot of work for the town clerk. All those signatures have to be investigated and approved. The petitions have to be taken care of and filed and so forth. We think it amounts to harassment of the provider agencies, that it provides us nothing that we don't already have on the application form, and that we would like permission from the select board to no longer have the requirement that a petition be signed. We have no idea where that came from, what its background or original justification was, but we would like that changed. So those are the things that we talked about that we wanted some help from the select board on. That is a cap, even if it's an approximate cap, what to do with the petitions, and that we're going to submit to you a process sometime between now and probably November when we send these applicants out, the applications or the advertisements out, and ask for your help in designing the process. There is a fourth thing that we had conversation about at our initial meeting, and that's one more thing that I would like to bring up. And that is, we would like the select board's assistance in getting over the potential awkwardness of having a select board member remain on the budget committee. So Mark was on the budget committee before he became a select board member, and decided, as apparently it's perfectly all right for him to remain, since this is not a paid position. I would like, I'm going to speak for myself now as well as for the committee. We would like some clarification of Mark's role on the budget committee. We do not have as...
Jan?
Point of order here.
Yeah, and only because that's an item that, though we appreciate the input, is not an item that we had anticipated discussing tonight.
Sorry, done.
But please feel free to submit some things to the town manager, and we can put it on the agenda going forward at our next meeting. And are happy.
I will be glad to do that, although I will note for the record that stopping me here makes everything sound worse than it is. That's all.
Duly noted.
Yeah.
Did you want to remain, though, in case we have some questions
Certainly.
about the provider agency stuff?
Certainly.
I know I have some, but
Yeah.
I'll look
Okay.
to others first.
I'd like to do something really radical, Jan, and make your job easy. And I'd like to see the town get out of the charitable donation business. I know that makes me sound like a Scrooge, and I know we've traditionally done this for a while, but I find a certain, I don't know if arrogance is probably too strong of a word, but you know, that we as either a select board or a budget committee takes all of our residents' tax dollars and then in our wisdom decides how we're going to distribute that money. And really, wouldn't it be better if individual residents decided who they wanted to give money to and then went ahead and gave it? And perhaps they don't want to give any money. But why are we taking their tax dollars? And then there's also the unintended consequences. I mean, are there people in town who say to themselves, "Oh, my tax dollars have already been donated to these charities, so I don't need to give anymore." And what about the people who might disagree with the principles of the charities that we give to? So I guess just my closing statement would be, I think the town ought to just shut this program down and let the residents give the money to who they want to or don't want to.
All I will say, that's obviously a select board decision, but all I will say is that many towns in New England, many towns in this area give money to charities. Sure. This is a warrant article that is voted on by the town at the June meeting, public meeting, and the town at that point has the ability to change the amounts, to cancel it, to change the charities, to do anything that they wish. Last year was the first year in my history with the budget committee that we brought it forward, and the town voted to go along with what we said. That's all that I have to say on that. It's up to, this is totally a select board question.
I'll add on to that if I could. One of the things that I found interesting in kind of looking at the provider agencies is these agencies that we do give money to for the first time in X amount of years, those agencies have to operate within our towns, or basically we don't want to give them money. They have to serve our citizens. If those citizens are not served through these provider agencies, there are multiple scenarios to where instead of getting services through the provider agencies, they're going to be in our office looking for general assistance. And we will then provide them general assistance in that manner. So I don't know if giving monies about roughly the amount that we gave last time, roughly $10,000, if that we net that back in how less we pay out in general assistance. But one of the things that makes these provider agencies so great is the range of them alleviate a lot of the strains on these families that are coming on rough times and keep them out of our GA office, which are direct deposits kind of to them where we give them assistance.
Yeah, that's a bit of a presumption, but again.
May I make a
don't-
point?
Don't misunderstand me. I am not criticizing any of these agencies. I think they do a wonderful job. I certainly do my share of charitable giving. I'm just questioning of whether or not it's government's role to make these decisions.
The,
May I?
Yeah, sure.
One of the agencies provides heating oil assistance. We also, as a town, provide heating oil assistance. If that agency is not doing it, we are doing it, or people are not getting it. Another agency was Visiting and Nurses Association. If the Visiting Nurses Association does not get out to people's homes, they end up in emergency rooms, which we as taxpayers all pay for. And I don't know that you can laugh that off, Doug, because that is a fact in this country.
Well, that was my business before.
I know it was
so-
your business, so you should recognize that.
Yeah, I know. The VNA is not keeping all these people out of the emergency room.
I'm not
but
suggesting that it is.
So
I'm
getting
suggesting
back
that
to,
it's
getting
worth the
back
money.
to an opportunity for somebody that has history, you were around when it went from the current way it is for the applications to flopping over to the, because Hope did it, Hope was doing it, I think, and Bob Peabody decided, or somebody did, that we should put it on the tax bills. And then I'm trying to figure out how we got back to the way we're doing it now, because I don't recall.
Originally, it was taken off, zeroed out, the second year that Aru and Nichols were on the select board. So it would have been about 12 years ago, 11, 12 years ago. It was just killed completely. Probably 5 years later, now I was on the budget committee at the time, not on the select board. Couple years after I came on the select board, then it was decided to follow Hope's example and put it in the tax bill as just an extra sheet. You know, fill it out, send it in with a check, and see how it goes. Then the donations that were coming in were gradually winding themselves down to where it was almost not worth anybody's effort
Yeah.
to do the paperwork to get it out to everybody. And so last year, the select board said, okay, let's give it back to the budget committee, have them make a recommendation, put it on as a completely separate warrant article, and allow it to stand or fall at town meeting.
And that's, I guess, where I was going, because I asked Megan last year for those numbers, and they were very minor. So, and that sort of plays on to Doug's thing a little bit, perhaps. Maybe people don't want to, even when they had the opportunity via their tax bills. So I don't know how, you know.
This is only my personal experience. You get the tax bill at the end of August. It came, what, Monday or Tuesday? And it had the little sheet of paper in there. Well, it's not due, the first payment's not due until October 15th. Maybe you can remember where that little yellow sheet was. I said, well, yellow, I think the last time we got them. But come April 15th, no clue where that thing might have been. So that was just personal experience.
Yeah. Some of the questions that I have are, some of them should be pretty quick. The removal of the petition as part of the application. Are you confident in saying you didn't have any kind of dissenting opinions within the budget committee? Was there anyone that wanted to keep it? And if there was, what was their rationale?
No one wanted to keep it.
No one wanted to keep it. Advertising, that's a new one for me. I hadn't necessarily heard that we were advertising that. And so not that big of a deal, except it is going to definitely open up more folks to come to us, which is why I would obviously want to have a cap, because we may be flooded with people asking for money, which is a great thing. But on the advertising specifically, are you anticipating us spending
No.
money on that, or is that just
Wrong
simply
word,
the
wrong word.
avenues we currently use?
It would be a press release, it would be something on the town, a town website. It would not be paid advertising.
And do other towns do that on a regular basis, or
No
is that?
clue. I have no clue.
You have no clue.
So maybe it's better to call it publicity.
Fine. Yeah. But whatever we call it, it's going to end up with a lot more than we had this year, which was just a dozen groups coming in. And so that's why we would have to develop a process, otherwise we'll be inundated, and we'll have to have select board input on the fairness and the goals, the stated requirements to get money.
Jan, can you think of a time while you've been doing this that the budget committee has ever had to have a conversation about a concern about where a particular how a particular charity might use the money?
No, this was the first time that we did it, was this past year, and we had a list of charities that the town contacted because they were the last group that went out with the tax bill. We looked over all of the forms that came in. We interviewed everybody. We had asked them how much they wanted, and the total amounts. We increased. The Visiting Nurses Association, for example, asked for $1 just to be kept on the file, and we went through and we decided that what the visiting nurses actually did in town was worth more than that, and so we brought them up to $1,000, which was what we had given basically each of the charities. That's pretty much what they had asked for. It was a half-assed way of doing it. We need to professionalize it. We need to figure out what our priorities are. If we're going to be in the business of giving money to charities, we have to do it in a way that is not keyed to the personalities that happen to be sitting on the budget committee that year.
And
We have to have a process for that.
Are you saying, it sounds as if you're saying, that the scenario in which the town allocates money to particular charities is in effect, in many cases, creating a partnership where the charity targets a particular need that we as a town through general assistance would not necessarily target, like visiting
No,
nurses?
I don't think so.
Okay.
None of these charities had such a small budget that our $1,000 is going to significantly sway them.
No, I mean partnering for meeting the particular needs of the residents of the town. So what I mean is, let's say we don't do the charities. And as Owen has pointed out, maybe these people come forward to the town for general assistance in lieu of what's donated to a charity. I doubt that we have in the general assistance scheme a way of providing visiting nurses. But by partnering with the charity, we do. That's what I'm saying.
Well, we would like to set up as a committee, if we're going to be charged with this responsibility, we would like to set up a set of goals. We would like to set up a criteria by which we give money, or a criteria by which we don't give money. And that's where we want select board input.
Policy that you're asking.
The policy that we're asking your help with. We'll do first draft, help us, because it needs to reflect not the 9 people that sit on the committee this year. It needs to
Set of
reflect a
principles of some
longer
kind.
part of what the town wants,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
Just one thing and then I'll. And I just want to kind of build on and maybe rephrase what Tom was saying. And these agencies will be, barring the unknown and the unforeseen, operating in our towns, helping our citizens. What this level of support for them does is just makes that a little bit easier. If we don't give them money, they're still going to help our citizens out. But it's a way of recognizing that we appreciate the services that you do offer, and though we're not going to cover large portions of your budget, we're happy to give you something in appreciation of the fact that you've served 15, 30, 100 of our citizens.
Often what a town gives qualifies for a matching grant somewhere else. Often what a town gives goes to enticing other donors to give. Most of the charities that we deal with are getting donations from all of the towns around here and servicing all of the towns around here.
Doug, did you have something?
Yeah, just because I knew my idea might not be very popular, I had a Plan B. And Plan B, again, you say how much it's work for your committee, and I understand that. How about if our select board picked a number, $9,000, $10,000, and donated it to and someone helped me with this, the Mid-Coast
Coast Charity.
United Midcoast Charity.
United Mid-Coast Charities, and, again, where you then have some real professional people who can look at a 509 and, decide what's worthy and it's not worthy, and it takes the load off our budget committee and makes us all feel good, too.
And I'd love to hear your thing, but I kind of heard that earlier and had thought about it, and one of the things that I was thinking about was what a great opportunity for us as select board members and also as the budget committee to, and more so for the budget committee because you're the ones doing the interview process, what a great way to learn about these organizations and have them present themselves, their capabilities. We now have a much higher level of understanding. Are you serving people in our town? And knowing from year to year, and I would love to hear from the budget committee, if one year we've got the heating assistance people coming in and they say we're helping 4 Rockport residents, and they come in the next year and they're saying we're helping now 15, 20 of these folks. That's valuable information, I think, for us to know where our town's at, what our town needs are, not so we can alleviate them by just throwing money at the problem, but it's good information to know. And so, though I think that does simplify things, we give 10,000 to UMCC or whatever their acronym is, I think that there's worth in having interface and having these folks present and understanding who's operating in our town, what they're doing for our citizens, and that information can help us figure out a little bit more what's going on in the town that we're the leaders of.
Let me make a
I
comment.
don't have a Plan C.
Let me make a comment. Let me make a comment on that. I sit on a board of an organization that received $100,000 from a member who passed away, and we have been working and deciding where we want to spend that money. Okay? Comes with no direction, no obligation. Just you guys know what to do. You men and women know what to do. We like this organization. Some of our board members said, let's give it to the professionals. Give it to the Rhodes Scholarship people. Give it to whoever. And let them do it because they know what they're doing. And other people said, we would like to partner with organizations who can do the professional parts of it, but we would like a sense of where we're going. That is, we want our money to stay in Maine. If you give it to some big organization, you may not be able to say so. We want it to be, so we picked 3 organizations or 4 organizations that we are funding until the money runs out. So it's a philosophical discussion that the 5 of you will have to go through. It would be much simpler to give it to Mid-Coast Charities and say, direct it to people who service Rockport residents. That's a spreadsheet stuff. They can do that. Or we can have the hands-on and have that feeling that we have known, that we know these people, we talk to them, we see what they're doing, we look at the forms that they fill out to tell us where their budget, what their budgets are, where they're getting their money, who they're servicing, what services do they provide. And so we have a warm, fuzzy feeling in our heart that we are dealing with a particular agency to a very small extent. It's more work. I can't speak for the 9 people that I'm going to ask to be doing the work. I think it's valuable to know where you put your money. I don't give my own personal deductions, my own personal charitable contributions, go to specific groups that I'm in favor of, not to whoever. So not to some large thing that I let them do it. That would be easier. So, but this is a philosophical discussion that the 5 of you have, and I'm glad that you're going to make that decision, not me.
Jan, what were you looking to get out of us tonight?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Not tonight. I want.
you've succeeded.
I know. Look, I know who I'm dealing with.
Next.
We want the 5 of you to think about this and to help us and to say the one hard decision that you will make is how much. The rest of it is, will you help us figure out how to do it better?
And timeline, you need proper
November?
guidance from us by November.
Normally, the applicants would, the people's, the information from the organizations would be coming in mid-January, so that we have it in time for our budget meetings. So we would want, by the end of the year certainly, or by December 1st, something like that, if you could help us. I'll be working on the process anyway. If you decide that the process is we're not going to do this anymore, or the process is we're giving it to Mid-Coast Charities, you know, it's like a computer file. I'll just delete it.
So what I'll do is I'm going to say some things, which is not a motion, and if there is any disagreement from the board members, please feel free to correct me. What I think you all should do is work on this policy, get us a first draft, run it by your people, have that policy not include the petition portion, and completely ignore the money, because that's something that we are gonna have a conversation about. So the only thing that I would look to other folks is, are we comfortable with them working up some drafts, and whatever you kinda start as a template or work in there, we'll tweak. But my recommendation is to not have that petition as part of the policy that you work up.
I don't even know as I would include advertising. The people that know will need to know, and they'll come to us.
That's where I mean, the advertising was a little funny to me.
Don't know yet. Wrong word. Don't know yet.
'Kay.
How to let appropriate groups know.
They found us last year because
They
we
found us-
contacted
Called them.
No,
We called
went to
them.
That's what I just said. We
Yeah.
contacted them
We contacted them.
because they were on the list from the year
That's
before that nobody got any money from.
But advertising
No,
is
I don't
not
mean
part
anything
of the
paid.
policy, so you all can still keep working
Publicity.
on how you vet these.
Now, maybe the select board, the budget committee, and anybody else comes up with a list of 25 agencies that we know work here, and we just send them an invitation to apply. Maybe it's that simple.
Or not.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and we'll figure that out, but do you
The
feel
last
like
thing
you
I
have
want
good,
is 1,000 letters coming in.
you feel like you have good guidance?
No, not yet, but I will get it.
Perfect. All right, then, what I am going to do is some quick cleanup, and then I'm going to apologize and say we are going to take a brief 5-minute break. I really appreciate you all sticking with us here. We typically try to relieve ourselves here for just a minute. So, but I'm gonna fly through some of these new business items. Next on the agenda would be acknowledgement of gifts to the town. There are none at this time. Committee resignations, there are none at this time. Committee applications other than Mr. Chapman, who we approved, there are none other at this time. Committee presentations, we did see some presentations, so when we return in 5 minutes, we will take up item E, which is placing the articles on the special town meeting, and that's when the fireworks start. And we will eventually get to the
wants to delay it till nobody's awake, till even you people will be asleep by the time he.
I'll be asleep.
So we will be taking a 5-minute break, and we will be back then.
It's on the website.
All right. Thank you all for bearing with us as we stretch our legs. We will now be moving on to item G under new business, where we will vote to place articles on the special town meeting warrant for November 7th. We have multiple items. Let's try to get these first two taken care of rather quickly. And you know what? If people don't mind, because of the patience shown by you good folks, does anyone object to, or am I not allowed to take Article number 5 first? And that's because they've been waiting patiently. I think this is going to take a good bulk of our time, so if there's no opposition, then we will take up Article number 5 for discussion. So, we had the proposed amendment language read prior, or previously in this meeting. We had the Harbor Committee work up some options for us. And before I get too much further, you had, and I have Patrick written down, but I didn't have your last name.
It's Mellor, M-E-L-L-O-R.
Mellor, Mr. Mellor, Attorney Mellor, if you had anything else that you wanted to hand out to us, now would kind of be your opportunity. We had previously been given some, a letter that had some signatures. You also, in here, had some options, right? We support a proposed modification that reads, large vessel location limitations, vessels of 40 feet or greater will not be assigned a mooring in the inner harbor. However, commercial fishermen who currently maintain a mooring located in the inner harbor may utilize a commercial fishing vessel up to 50 feet. So that's interesting. And the mic, it's for the people at home more than anyone else.
Briefly, so that was simply to give some some context. That was the first, when I first became involved, but I think it would be more helpful for the board to hear briefly from Mr. Whitman, who's been involved with Kenny trying to address this issue, especially in light of statements that were made that we haven't had a chance to respond to, which were inaccurate. I think it would be helpful for everyone to understand how this originated through Mr. Whitman. Just take 1 minute.
And I'm happy to hear from Mr. Whitman, but I think that the comment you're referring to is directed at Mr. Dodge's attorney, which I don't think Mr. Whitman is Mr. Dodge's attorney.
There were multiple statements he made were inaccurate, but I'll start with the scuttlebutt statement, which is fairly, it's disappointing at best to hear. I didn't realize Mr. Chapman was a former board member, but to offer scuttlebutt as a way of trying to influence the boards a little bit, I'm sure you'll give it the proper weight, but it's 100% inaccurate, that statement. So that's the only inaccurate.
Could you reiterate this
He stated
statement?
something to the effect that Kenny had been told by his lawyer just to put the boat on the mooring and see what happens, or force the hand of the town, or something like that.
Okay.
Which is 100% inaccurate. The other statements along those lines that he made with regard to, what are we going to do? The land use ordinances already have special exceptions. They already have variances. So that is already addressed. This is the only harbor-based special exception. It doesn't exist yet. So there's no opportunity for someone to come before any town board to ask for a special exception if the need arises. So that's the only reason why this came up. But it's important for you to understand also that it was almost a year ago when Mr. Whitman and Kenny came before the Harbor Committee, and had, the Timberwind was at that time down on one of the floats, and she was moving out, and they came to say, what are we going to do about this? They talked to the Harbor, and the minutes will reflect it. I mean, it's not, I'm not making this up.
Do you have those minutes?
I don't have the minutes. Mr. Whitman, can he was there. I wasn't there. I'd rather have someone who was actually.
Without objection, I'm happy to hear what you have to say. And, feel free to if you want to talk too.
It was either last October or November, I requested for Kenny to get on the Harbor Committee agenda in hopes to get the Harbor Committee support, and Kenny was building a boat at that time. We wanted to get the Harbor Committee support to get the ordinance changed so that his 47-footer could be in the inner harbor. The biggest objection from the Harbor Committee was that the swing would not make it. It would not make it with swing. Well, Kenny's boat would not have been in the water, the new boat, had his other boat not broken down. His other boat broke. Too much money to fix it. He has this new boat that's almost ready to go in the water, so he put it in the water. I've seen this swing every day since it's been in there. I don't know, it must have been, what's it been, 8 or 10 weeks, Kenny? And with absolutely no issue coming near any other boats or anything. I watch hundreds of boats come in and out of that harbor every week. I'm there from sunup till sundown, daily, every day, 7 days a week. I see this boat right in front of me. It's not causing any problems. The Harbor Committee at that point had told us that they would try to move forward and let us know what was happening. But their only concern was that the swing of a 47-foot boat would not fit in that space. Kenny also has shortened his pennant and his upper chain. I don't know, what's the difference now? 10 feet difference? There's a 10-foot difference. It takes up 10 foot less swing than it's been taking up for the last 10 weeks. So, and there's been no issues in rough weather, calm weather, the way the tide's running, there's been no bumping of any boats there whatsoever.
So, and before you speak, I'm just gonna kind of throw this out there. I feel like I've said that like at least a dozen times already in this meeting. Though I value, and I think we will all value, a bit of historical record on what happened, and that's a useful bit of data for us to take in. I think that we should just recognize where we currently are, and where we currently are is with a beautiful stinking boat on a mooring that is outside of our ordinance and is in violation. So
Right. Well, I'd
I
also
think
like to
it's
say,
great
though,
that you all engaged with the Harbor Committee. I just
But
feel
Mr.
that
Dodge did offer to take the space where the timberwood was and offered to write a check at that moment right there, which is a space for a commercial boat. Mr. Dodge offered to write the check for that space. So he would have a place to put that boat until this ordinance could be taken care of.
and that's good. That's good.
That's in the minutes.
And that's great to know. What I'm gonna attempt to focus us on is addressing this language and trying to see what we're comfortable or uncomfortable with going forward, because everything that happened in the past happened in the past. This is kind of where we are right now. I mean, unless you can come up with something, some definitive thing that said there was nefarious activity on our town end prohibiting, preventing, making it impossible to get this in front of us at a time that was a few months back before we are where we're currently at. But you can hand your information out, and what we'd like to focus our conversations on now is language, and seeing if there is any grouping of language that we are comfortable with.
And we
At the mic, if you could, thank you.
We have been in touch. We have been in touch regularly with the harbor master, Abby Leonard, and I'll let her speak to that. And she's here, obviously, tonight, so she can give some input. What I've done with the document in front of you is I've redlined what I was provided. I actually took the first stab at drafting it, and I gave it to Phil Saucier down at Bernstein Sure, your town attorney. He made some changes. What you see there, the red lines, are my changes, my proposed modifications. And what I'm about to give you is the clean version of that.
Can you hold off on, yeah, can you just maybe stack them there and we'll grab them? Only
Sure.
because we've got the old language, one revision, another revision, and I just don't necessarily want to confuse us with, as we assess these documents, we'll work off of the red page for right now.
Sure.
Your markings that you just handed out, so.
Very good.
Talk to me, and are we sure that what is up there is, so note, I think this is the stuff that didn't have your note in here. If I could guess, number 1 under an exception maybe, that's the only thing that you changed.
So this, what is there is what you're looking at. I didn't realize that you had that. That's great. What I just provided you, the red line, is what you're looking on the screen.
Okay,
I-
thank you.
Yep. Sorry about that. Yeah, so what you're looking at, the paper I handed you, is the same, I believe, the same document that's on the screen. And,
To clarification,
no,
this is the Harbor Committee's,
That's the edit,
the edited Harbor Committee's
Yes.
recommendation, correct?
right, unless Patrick, yeah, no,
What Patrick just handed out is slightly different than this.
it's a little different.
Has the Harbor Committee seen what Mr. Miller presented us with tonight?
And I'm actually confused because the one thing that I figured you wanted to pay attention to is, and change is still in here, which is only if the petitioner has submitted the request for special exemption prior to mooring any vessel in the harbor. And that's one of the issues that, I mean, some of the language that's in here, I can appreciate. Previously, when you all, in our previous meeting, we discussed how we did not want the Harbor Committee to turn into a quasi-judicial committee, and that we wanted things to come to us. So I appreciate the amendments to work that around, but yeah, give me your,
so you see, I think on what I provided you, I have in
Note.
note. Okay, I wanted to make sure that it was clear that on my final version, which is clean, I have a note in there that says this does not apply to boats moored in the harbor prior to the enactment of the special exception ordinance. Meaning, where I have note written,
yep.
it says this provision shall not apply to boats moored in the harbor prior to the enactment of this special exception ordinance. So it does not prevent enforcement of the current ordinance. I just want to make, we're not trying to dodge enforcement. There's going to be enforcement, and there is ongoing enforcement of the violation of the current ordinance. We're not trying to say that he's not in violation. We're saying this new special exception, where it says it can only be recommended if you haven't violated, if you haven't moored a boat more than that, that's impossible, right? I mean, it would necessarily preclude someone whose family's been fishing here for 100 years, or lived here in Rockport 100 years, and whose family's been fishing for generations, from benefiting from the special exception. So it just doesn't make sense to include that. And I should have canceled it or crossed it out. I apologize for that. And so I think we're on the same page with regard to the committee shouldn't be in the business of making decisions that, a quasi-judicial role. They are to, recommend, suggest, review, but it's up to either this board or a board of appeals, depending, to hear the actual application. And that's really the gist of the changes. That, and as Abby and I had discussed, and as you saw this evening, or mentioned this evening, that Section B, or Section 1, where it says an exception may be recommended by the Harbor Committee and subsequently submitted to the Select Board only if the petitioner has submitted the request for a special exception prior to mooring any vessel in the harbor not in compliance with existing language limiting vessels to 40 feet. That that should be stricken from the proposed ordinance. Other than that, I think that the red line that I provided you is pretty self-explanatory, and I think that the revisions may have mostly been the harbor. Oh, so sorry, Abby. Who made the first set of changes that are in blue?
The chair and the vice chair of the harbor.
Okay, so I think mainly I can't even tell the difference between mine and theirs, to be honest with you.
Well, let me do something that may save us a little bit of time. Hopefully I can get this in a way that makes sense. So looking to my colleagues, and I hope that everyone has read this over, is there anyone that is happy putting this language on the warrant and also recommending that the citizens pass that? And I will give the select board members the ability to say, or I would be curious about that. You have to have your boat not on the mooring prior to. I would welcome your thoughts of if someone feels strongly that this document that we have in front of us is worth us discussing at length because we have any intentions of putting it on the warrant. And
I would like to know why the Harbor Committee has voted unanimously not to recommend it.
one of the things that
Is there anybody here from the Harbor Committee that can speak to that?
please do.
My name's Parker Hackett. I'm relatively new on the Harbor Committee. I just went from an alternate to a standing member. And so the chair and co-chair were much more intimately involved in that written language than I was. But I was at the last two meetings where we came to this unanimous decision. And we like a lot of what this does. It brings a lot of things to attention that I think the town didn't really have an avenue to take care of. Our biggest problem that hung us up was that it's too specific. We'd love to have this kind of language so that somebody from the outer harbor, middle harbor, inner harbor had a problem, then they could follow a set of rules and have the answer and go through the proper channels and have it answered. This, to us, it just seemed like we're taking care of one problem with this language, and then the next time something happens, we're going to have to go through this all over again to create language for the middle harbor and the outer harbor. So we like this. We think 99% of this could be used. It's just it didn't feel comfortable for us to suggest.
Do you have any history on when the offer supposedly had been made to stay on the float down there, the Timberwinds?
Yeah,
I
I was not on the committee at that time.
Rick, do you know anything? I mean, I'm just curious, I mean, if it was offered up as an opportunity, as a stay place for somebody to stay until it got corrected, I'm wondering where it fell through the cracks or was denied or.
The hope was, I think at the time, was that we would secure some sort of vessel to replace the Timberwind, and that still may or may not happen.
I mean, I remember talking about that, asking 4 years ago.
Right. I don't think it generated a whole lot of serious discussion, as I remember. If I might try and, this problem is a challenge for you, and I appreciate that. And my job, I think, what I was trying to do was provide some means that this could move forward in a reasonable, responsible way. And as Peter said, you know, the land use method seemed to be an appropriate method of allowing a special exception in a process by which that happened. And when we talked about this at the Harbor Committee, they did talk about, well, they'd like to see it broader, but because of the timing of this, it needed to be very specific to this specific case. And, you know, our lawyer and Peter worked on this to come up with a reasonable solution. And I think it is a reasonable solution. Whether you're happy with that solution, that's up to you to decide. But it's a logical, reasonable path. The question of, you know, the boat being on the mooring or off the mooring, maybe, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name, but Parker can elaborate, or Abby can elaborate, what the intent of that language was added in there, what that intent was. I don't think it precludes Kenny from doing it. I think if he hauled the boat out in the wintertime, which I'm not sure if he's gonna or not, but if he hauled the boat out in the winter, then he would not be on the mooring, and then he could apply if this passed.
Can I interrupt you, Rick?
haul it out?
I plan on going swimming. I plan on going swimming this winter if they open up the season again.
You know if they're gonna do that?
I think they are.
What's
I
the,
could have gone last year with 40 traps. I could have probably got a special permit off them. Where I was done it before. They were looking for people to do that, but I was too busy working on my new boat, so I didn't bother with it.
I feel compelled to interject here. The reason is that, from where I sit, I think it's really important that we have this discussion in a way that actually is not at all driven by the situation with Mr. Dodge's boat. Because it would be wrong of us as a board to, I'll take this both ways, if we were to simply change an ordinance simply because we're reacting out of either sympathy to Mr. Dodge or out of a desire to have him suffer some enforcement, I think that's the wrong way to solve a problem. I think we need to look at, is this a measure that proactively changes our harbor for the better? And I have to say, I'm saying that because I'm not an expert on the harbor, and I probably never will be. I've been a sternman on a lobster boat out of Spruce Head, but I'm not an expert on this harbor. And I have to take note that the Harbor Committee has voted unanimously not to approve this. And what I'm hearing from the member of the Harbor Committee that is here is that it's because we're in a reactive position. We are reacting to a situation. And I don't think it's right for us to approach this. React proactively, yes. I sure wish we could have this conversation without the clouding factor of consequences for Mr. Dodge that I know none of us really want to have happen. I think we would all probably grieve to see Mr. Dodge have a tragic consequence. But that shouldn't be what drives the way we craft our ordinances.
So having said that, I mean, is there still an opportunity for Mr. Dodge to assume a position on the commercial float previously occupied by the Timberwinds? Because 99% of what our member from the Harbor Committee said is they like that, but they want just some minor tweakings to make it more useful in the future for other circumstances. And can that be done in a timely fashion that would allow, you know, by next June, let's just say? So in other words, Kenny ties up over there for a fee, not free. And in the meantime, the Harbor Committee works with the document that's there in front of us now to make it more perfect in their mind. And then we do have something that's okay.
The docks come out of the water over the winter. The docks come out of the water in December.
What did they do with it when the Timberwinds was tied up there?
That was the Timberwinds dock.
Okay.
the Timberwind left the dock in and it was,
Now it's the town's, right.
now it's the town's dock.
And before you go, I'll give my kind of 2 cents here, and then love to hear your thoughts on everything that was said, including my own. So, first off, I don't want your boat to have to leave our harbor. I want you to keep working out of our harbor. I don't want you to have this daily fine that you'll be getting after we make certain motions one way or the other. What I'd really like to see is if we can, in a way that fits with our current existing ordinance and is appropriate as deemed by the harbor master, keep your boat in the harbor in an appropriate place that meets our ordinance as we and the harbor committee spend some time over the winter crafting out some language that better addresses the harbor as a whole and will more than likely include something that would allow you to apply for an exception later on down the road and move your boat back into a different location. That's kind of where I'm at, and
I would have a concern with if you're suggesting that he move the boat out, we're in compliance, so out in the middle harbor for the winter time. I would have a safety concern with that. The boat fits where it is and swings fine where it is, and if I would be concerned about him rowing out there in for that. And as far as creative solutions, I like creative solutions a lot. Those docks were not, when we first talked about the Timberwind just had its own, they owned its own, it was like sort of a unique situation. They own their own float, they own their pier. When they were gone, that basically got thrown in the trash, and then we got a grant and put some of the town's money into building the new floats that are there, which do come out in November. So that can answer those questions. And I mean, Rick, I speak to exactly what Rick's point is that, we're sort of, it's a difficult situation where we want to see it work. There's a de facto line in the ordinance that says it's the only line in our ordinance that really just doesn't give discretion to me or anything. It doesn't have, it's no gray. There's no gray. It's black and white. And working with the harbor committee and now with you folks, and it's sort of like, we're trying to come up with creative solutions to make it work, and also keep the integrity of the ordinance, which is a really hard thing to do. So it's been difficult.
can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like, and on the timeline that we're all working with, which is kind of after we make motions here, certain things start happening somewhat quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel comfortable that you could work with Kenny and figure out a good, clever solution which puts his boat in compliance, which solves temporarily the issues that we have, keeps you from not having to pay us a daily fee, and gives the harbor committee and us time to address this? I mean, and I'm not looking for like detailed specifics, but you think you can do it?
Yeah, technically, I mean, I suppose we could have some wiggle room, but technically, we started a clock ticking with the idea that this needed to get to the voters in November. And if it doesn't get to the voters and doesn't get passed from the voters, then we'll be forced to start assessing a fine.
Now, is that a retroactive fine, or is that
No, it's not, it won't be retroactive, because it's, basically, the thought process was, it was a complicated problem. We didn't want to be in a I didn't want to be put the town in a situation of fining a really good fisherman in town that's been fishing here for generations. But we needed to move the article forward. And so we gave it a timeline in order to, technically we were supposed to start fining him the day he put that boat in. And we didn't. And, we could have put him on notice and said, after 30 days, we're gonna start fining you. Well, we gave an extended period of time, which meant that the goal is to get something on the ballot in November and allow him to have his fishing season have his lawyer help move this to the process and get it to where we are today. If it doesn't, you know, the voters could vote it down too.
I'm really glad, truly, that people have been trying to find a solution to this.
It's been going on for months.
Because, believe me when I tell you, it sounds like from what I'm hearing, the boat that you have in the water right now probably wouldn't be in the water unless your other boat had broken down and you didn't have much choice other than to get a boat in the water and make some money. I mean, that's what I'm guessing, based on what I'm hearing. It doesn't, based on that, it does not sound to me like you're trying to, you know, thumb your nose at the town. Probably you had limited options. I would want our town to try to come up with solutions. What I'm a little worried about is that I don't know if we up here are the people who know enough to actually be the ones coming up with the solutions. And I just take note that the harbor committee's put something in front of us that they've said, this is all we got, but we don't really like it. So it's tough. That's tough to say, well, go ahead with that if you don't like it.
Well, they like 99% of it, right? Or they like a healthy portion of it. And I know that, you know, towns are always dealing with big box stores come along, you gotta modify your ordinance. Cell phone towers come along, you gotta, it is sometimes, I don't like being reactionary when it comes to that either, but sometimes that's, you know, the cards that you're dealt, and you do your best with that issue. And then if there's a need to address outer, middle, I don't know that there are any issues in those parts of the harbor. I hadn't heard of any. That's why the special exception doesn't address it.
Our question for Rick, our parameters for fines are from 0 to what? Or is it a set so much?
I think this one is at $150 a day.
Up to?
Well, it could go.
So in the ordinance, it's a minimum of $100 a day to a maximum of $2,500 a day, and it would be so it would be 100.
Yeah,
I mean,
I thought there was more flexibility.
yeah, so did I.
It's a fine we don't really want to collect, you know, but
No, I was thinking if there were more flexibility, we could certainly lessen it to a palatable figure until the harbor committee could come up with.
But we don't get to decide that. If it comes to a fine, it's a court that gets to decide that. We have no role in that.
yeah, it's gonna.
And the sticker, I think, that's happening with a lot of us is it's difficult to be in this position up here and know that we had an ordinance pretty clear, and when I go and I talk to folks around town and they want to ask me about this, it's going to be a tough sell to say that we had an ordinance, we allowed you to have it on there in violation of that ordinance, and in addition to that, we went out of our way to help specifically with that one issue. The justification is just more difficult. That said, I think that there is a desire from all the folks sitting up here and in the harbor committee and with the harbor master and the town manager to try to figure out how we can keep you fishing, how we can keep your boat here in the harbor. But the process in which we've gone through is pretty abnormal. This isn't typically, I mean, it's nice to say a cell phone tower in a big box store, but when those big box stores come in, they say, we're looking at your, I mean, they don't break ground and then say, hey, can you change your ordinance so I can be zoned to have 30,000 square feet?
No,
They come in and they
There'd
say,
be no ambiguity with a big box store.
we'd like to build
There'd be
here.
no.
Your zone doesn't allow for this. Can we propose some language that would allow us to do this thing? And then after it's approved, we go to your planning board, we get site plan review, and we go from there. So the process is not how it should have been, and we're trying to figure out if we can make it make sense, but by doing it in such a way that it respects our ordinance, which is one of the kind of few things that we are bound by.
So, and your comprehensive plan, again, states that, and then just as far as it's unusual that you're given priority, well, you know, to a commercial fisherman in the inner harbor, the town's the marine resources section of your comprehensive plan says that commercial fishermen should continue to receive priority in the inner harbor. It also says, the town of Rockport has a long history of protecting access for commercial fishermen at the town landing on the east side of the harbor. And it talks about how it's important for the people of the town to continue helping the commercial. And I know you're saying the same thing. But I, in terms of how you address people in the town, I understand. I mean, that's, you guys all have to do that, and I appreciate that. And one of the things is, our comprehensive plan states that commercial fishermen are to be given a priority. But you know what? When he violated the ordinance, there'll be repercussions for that. I think no one's suggesting there's going to be no repercussions for that. And that's what, Kenny's not saying, let me go, there's going to be some type of a discussion, and if there's a fine, then he's going to pay it.
Actually, I think under the scenario that you all want, there wouldn't be repercussions. Just throwing it out there that I don't think.
There's no intent on Abby and I have talked about this with a lawyer, with our lawyer also. There's no intent for us to go back and reach in and say, we're going to fine Ken. The goal was to come up with a reasonable plan that we could put forward that had some logic to it, and we used the land use thing. And, with the big box store or some other thing, they'd look to the special exception language. They'd look for special exception language, but this does not allow. There's no language like that in here. And one of the things, and Abby can correct me if I'm wrong, but the harbor is really, really, really tight. It's particularly the inner harbor. But the mooring that Kenny has is probably the one mooring. It's one mooring that his boat does fit, particularly with the shortened up pennant and the shortened up top chain. It does fit. So it's not a hazard or a danger to navigation or anything like that. We'd be in a different situation if his new boat was bumping into other boats all over the place, and the other fishermen would be complaining about it, all over the place. We haven't seen that, and we had a big 180-footer on the dock the other day, and it didn't interfere. It's just a matter of, this has the makings of a punch in the face, stick in the eye decision that, nobody really, it's a decision that's tough to make, but what we've presented is something that at least has some logic to it, has some, the lawyers have worked this out, there's some precedents for how these kind of decisions get made. Whether you guys want to move it forward or not, that's entirely up to you.
And mind you, it provides discretion to this board. It's not like anyone can just come in and it's done. I mean, the language, and I think what Parker said is, and I'm not going to hold the 99%, but a lot of it was what they were happy with it, right? But they're not happy. They weren't happy with the scope of it. They wanted it more. They wanted more. This solves the problem to a large degree, and I don't want to say short-sighted, but I mean, it would be difficult, for me to understand the logic of, or to think it's equitable in your role currently when you have a solution and you have something that works, and the language, it's only a page, it's a page and a little bit more. It's pretty clear cut. You have the authority to say no.
You know as well as I do that you can fit all kinds of consequential language in a paragraph, let alone a page.
But the town attorney has, I'm not, it's not like you're just, I'm not putting this in front of you. Your people have been reviewing this.
But it's only in front of us because of this situation.
And the people.
That's my
Absolutely.
point.
The people
We're
that
reacting to
reviewed
a
it
situation. And
told
that's
us
not a
not
way
to
to
do
make
it.
policy.
But when there are cell phone towers that are coming in for the first time, that's when you draft that ordinance. You didn't draft it before that. You saw it. I don't think. I know that I was on the ordinance committee in Union. We didn't draft that ordinance until after someone had come in and said, "Oh, we're in." Maybe we were short-sighted. We didn't. I don't know. But that's how it works. We have a problem. We have a solution. I mean, I get what you're saying. I understand. You'd like it to be in the same kind of issue, I think, that Mr. Chapman mentioned it procedurally, geez, it shouldn't be this way. Well, that's where we're at. And we have a solution that at least he can then apply. And if you don't think that he meets the requirements, then you can say no. But, I mean, it's a solution. And I respectfully request that you approve the special exception to the Rockport Coastal Waters and Harbor Ordinance for the warrant, so the townspeople can have a look at it and they can decide. And maybe the board doesn't know if they recommend it or not. I think that that's sometimes said, the board takes no position. I don't know if you want to do that or not, but I'm just saying, I think we have the solution. In my mind, it's pretty straightforward. I'll be quiet now and talk too much. Thanks.
Can you clarify one thing for me, Rick? I seem to have 3 different documents in front of me. There's a red line one. Was this run by our lawyer?
No,
Or was this just what?
Oh, this one, yes, this one is. Right. But the one that you see here and the one that's included in your package is the one the Harbor Committee is recommending.
Blue line
which is
and this
slightly
one.
different than the red line, than the one that Patrick did. I've been calling you Peter, but it's Patrick. Patrick. Then Patrick handed out. It's slightly different.
And
Do
the
we
Harbor
have
Committee
anything
didn't
from
have it,
our
they had
attorney
already
that,
met.
Addresses the red line one?
Maybe, that was late last week, so it was after all these minutes had gone after all, but I do, somewhere in an email, hang on.
And you can just nod your head yes or no. I'm assuming that you've spent some time thinking about this. If this, in some of the things that you've been thinking about, have you come up with a way to keep your boat in the harbor that meets the ordinance as we try to address this over time? Have you thought, well, geez, if I just had that space for a little bit of time as we work up some more comprehensive language that will give you what you want, just not right now, have you thought of anything? Because one of the what I'd like to get out of this is that we have a way to keep your boat in the harbor, keep you fishing. We may have to move your boat someplace else, but keep you fishing and you don't have to get fines at that point because you're in compliance with the ordinance, as we do, because like you're saying, we do want to have our fishermen take priority, and I'm happy to scramble and get some things on for the citizens to vote on in a timely manner as quickly as we can. What I'm really looking for is a way to not feel like we are reacting directly to this.
It would be nice also to get the 1% that you're talking about that we're missing. You know, that might have been a big help.
I think he was referring to that, hey, you have to apply for the exemption prior to mooring your boat. That's the 1% of it you don't like, which makes sense, because then even if it was to pass, he can't.
No, I'm talking about the Harbor Committee.
Oh, okay, sorry.
They said they like 99% of it. I'm curious as to know what could be added to it to make it more appealing and perhaps allow this to happen without trying to, you know, look like we're trying to make special exceptions for Kenny.
Yeah.
I mean, if that would work, great, and I understand what you're saying is, in the meantime, could you do something else so that you're not in violation, you didn't get a fine, and see what they've got to offer, and then present a package? Yeah, of course, it wouldn't be able to go on until June unless, but go ahead.
And I think Patrick's point, I think Parker would agree that, since this issue has come up, since I even knew Kenny was building the boat, I mean, we have thought and thought and thought about how, but that statement, I mean, I met with Patrick, was it a year ago? You came down, I mean, it might have been a year ago, last spring, or this spring, or
I wasn't involved a year ago, but
But it was early this spring, whenever we met first. Sorry, completely lost my train of thought. Yeah, so we've been looking at trying. Oh, now I remember. And I asked him. I said, please tell me that you find there's a loophole. There's some way that we can make this work. And then when Kenny, came down to put his boat in, my first call was to Rick, and I said, if that boat is in a hazard to navigation or is going to hit anybody's boat, it's going to be in danger to anybody, then we're going to have to talk right now. I'm going to have to go out there. It's not going to be fun and, enforce this ordinance because it's a safety concern. That wasn't the case. It fit there. Okay. So now, here we are with, I totally get that, if I could find another place that wasn't halfway to Indian Island, 3/4 of the way to Indian Island to put his boat, that would be safe. And I state that earnestly. I would do that. But all those moorings are spoken for. It would mean displacing some moorings. I mean, I had a spot sort of aligned for them in the Middle Harbor at one point, and then realized quickly that wasn't going to work either. Because you can look at our waiting list and see that people have been waiting a long time with, big boats to get even in the Middle Harbor. So I would have to displace some other folks there to accommodate Kenny's boat where it is. And, I suppose we could talk about putting him for the winter, like right outside the boundary of the inner harbor to the Middle Harbor or something, just to be in compliance with it. That's getting creative, but that wouldn't be, his mooring is there. It's big, it's safe. It doesn't have any problems with anyone else. I understand where the Harbor Committee's coming from too. I understand that.
Why did we not, this is to the Harbor Committee.
Yeah.
Why did we not get something that is 100% what you would have been happy with? I'm assuming I'm not being flippant. I assume there's a good reason. I just want to know what it is.
I think time was a lot of that.
I would assume.
Yeah.
I think Rick explained it the best. I think we weren't able to come up with a comprehensive plan. I think our town lawyer recommended that to have all the language in place in the timeline we had was not possible. He recommended heavily that to make this work, we have to focus the issue, pinpoint issue, and then move with that and see what happens. Otherwise, it just wasn't going to work. That's my...
Because there were questions about commercial floats, other docks and piers, exceptions, special exceptions for those things as well. And it was like, okay, this is gonna be a much bigger project. The idea was if you get the special exception language in there, adding additional language, you can do that. Once you've got the special exception process developed, you can add and modify that language and add those other features if you wanted, going forward. So, one of the challenges is that right now, the way it stands, if this doesn't go on the ballot and doesn't get voted by the voters, we're gonna start assessing a $100 a day fine.
On that, do we,
You can
what is
direct
our
me to.
flexibility there?
You can vote to tell me not to accept, start enforcement action, that.
Well,
And I guess that's where I was going, what the flexibility is.
can we drop it down? Do we have the
No.
ability to drop that down?
I don't think so. I think you're gonna, that's changing the ordinance. But you can, you could take a vote and tell me not to start enforcement action until after the June vote, if you decided to move forward with that direction.
So, I'd like to move this along. That said, I still, one of the things that's tough for me is, I saw your boat going down the road, I saw it in the harbor, but, correct me if I'm wrong, I actually wasn't even fully aware that this was something that we were gonna be taking up until like a month and a half ago, 2 months ago. And it's the quickness of it, though. I get it, government goes slow and we go too slow. I'm still not comfortable putting it on, but I want to make this make sense.
This was back under your watch, though, because I remember Bill saying a minute ago that if I wrote it down correctly, the town offices should have done something. The boat was launched on the 10th, and the rest of us people didn't come on until the 13th, so there was a couple of days where it might have taken place prior to us coming. So not that I'm throwing it back there, but that's why we're taking care of it now.
I would entertain
like
any
to-
brilliant ideas.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we instruct the town manager to not take any enforcement action against Kenny Dodge. Give me a time frame.
Until it can get to the voter, I mean, the key is it needs to get to the voters in June.
Right.
And if it doesn't pass and we can't pull something together, that was our timeframe the last time. And if you're hung up on this November, if we can get it to the voters for the ballot in June and it successfully passes the ballot,
Then it becomes moot.
then it becomes moot.
Okay, until the June ballot. A June ballot.
Second, for conversation. Not that we already haven't had a lot.
And what do you have for us now, sir?
Two things. First, Kenny, ideally with Shrimpin, if that works well, he can move the vessel to another location from mid-November through March.
June.
Which, just an FYI, I guess I'm trying to just put all the information that we have on the table. And I appreciate I appreciate the thought that you guys are putting into this. So I want to try to not add too much to it, but is there a way that, actually, I'm just going to hold off on that idea that we were just discussing. Maybe we're trying to continue to get creative, and just give me a second.
Based on that tentative motion that Doug set out,
Wasn't tentative.
They got seconded.
I know, and I'm saying it's tentative only because I want to make sure that we've at least given a half a minute's thought to what happens if someone complains about it, what happens if. Now, if we grant that he does not take enforcement actions, are we opening ourselves up for anything as a town? And should any of those considerations about what we are potentially opening ourselves up for be incorporated into that motion?
Potentially, if another fisherman came in and decided he wanted to put a 47-foot boat on his mooring, we'd have a tough time enforcing that. I mean, I don't know that there's any plan at this point to do that, but,
It is a can of worms.
it certainly.
How many
there's-
people on
there's
that
no
sheet?
easy- There's no
Boat in
easy
the harbor.
solution to
That
this.
sheet that's got a bunch of the Dodge boys on there, it's got some other folks, does every one of them have a boat in the harbor? Because I had talked with some folks today, and I said that one of the few things that could change my mind on this was having some of your colleagues down to the harbor, some of the other fishermen, coming in and saying, this is fine, we got no problem with it, we want Kenny out there fishing, we want this to make sense. That was one of the things that would open my mind a little bit. Now, I got signatures, but I mean, it's only you two, and how many of those boys got boats in the harbor And what have your conversations with the other lobstermen been like? Because I will tell you that I had a conversation with someone who's got a boat in the harbor, operates out of there, and I was half expecting him to say to me, "Nah, that's BS. You can't do that." And he wanted to make sure that your boat could keep fishing.
All of the individuals have boats in the harbor who signed on in support of Kenny and the document that I provided you.
Well, I'm going to say this about that. I respect the letter. I'm also going to say I've talked to fishermen I know, and I've heard people who do have a problem with it. So, and I've asked people because I don't really know anything about the harbor. I am hearing that the biggest problem that the Harbor Committee has faced is that they haven't had enough time to work out the solution that they would really like. I think that I could justify to my constituents voting with Doug to buy some more time to find that solution. Because I really don't want you to suffer a terrible consequence. I really don't. And I'm very glad that people are trying to find a solution. But I'd have to say that if we got to that point in June and I'm sitting here again with the Harbor Committee telling me we don't have the solution yet, I wouldn't be able to vote for it another time. I wouldn't be able to feel the same way at that point. I hope I'm making sense the way I'm expressing that.
Well, it makes sense. Doug, did you, before the attorney starts talking, did the doctor want to say something?
Well, I just want to say that again, in agreement with Tom, I'm just trying to buy some time for this whole thing. Because again, my inclination, if people want to force my hand, would be to not put it on the November ballot, which I would prefer not to see happen. So I'm trying to buy some time with this motion, but if people don't like the motion, so be it.
Yeah, I like the motion.
I value your brain, Bill. Come on up and give us what you got. And then I got a question for you, and we'll vote after that.
What I'd like to do is maybe propose a hypothetical that within the town charter, there is a strong inclination, are harbor friendly to the length permitted in the middle harbor is. I'm not even sure how far out it is. But Abby, just a few minutes ago, you said, well, we'd have to jump all these other people that are waiting for moorings in the middle harbor. Well, I would say that a commercial fisherman could take priority over that. It would effectively establish a precedence that wouldn't be one of overriding an existing ordinance until we have a chance to correct the existing ordinance. And then work through those issues, like, what happens if the guy in the next one over wants to put a 50-foot boat in too? They were designed for 40 foots. I'm sure sometime long ago somebody had a big thing.
The first place that we went was, can you get him into the middle harbor? And what I hadn't fully grappled with was the distance you got to row out to get to your boat, even if you had the closest mooring. And especially come wintertime, I mean, that does make sense that I
want to finish my hypothetical here. Okay. Put him on that, on a middle harbor or wherever it fits. Now, boats are going to start coming out real soon. Most of the commercial fishermen will probably be out by, well, depending on how long the season goes. I think a lot of them stayed in later last year than was typical, but still there's a lot. While you guys consider a temporary solution of authorizing a longer boat during the non-peak hour or non-peak months, mooring in the inner harbor, under the acknowledgement that there's only going to, last year we had 3 or 4 boats, and one of them was way out in the outer harbor and didn't move anywhere. But there were very few in there. And so the issue of swinging and hitting and somebody else wanting to put another are all put aside, because it's only going to be for this one winter until the corrected ordinance can be crafted and voted on. This is just a thought. I'm trying to find a way of doing it without creating a big precedent, so I'll
Yeah.
let you talk to the details.
Right, and the details, if I've learned anything in my years at Harbor Master School, is be careful what you order someone to do and what happens after you do that. I would feel that if we were to take Kenny's boat and say, because all of the Middle Harbor moorings as of right now are spoken for. Anything big enough to fit Kenny's boat, they would have to get permission, written permission, whatever, and say the boat breaks loose on that mooring, that would, I would have a lot less heartburn about him being on his own mooring with his own gear than move. I mean, we'd be in compliance, but we'd have to get it signed off. There would be some, we'd have to just something to consider. That's all, I guess.
And that also gives Kenny an opportunity, if the voters decide not to do anything with it, gives him ample time to make a plan B.
Sawzall will take 7 feet off, won't it?
Or move further out, or, just whatever, it's just.
Again, I'm just trying to buy some time.
Right.
For Ken.
Yeah.
Until the Harbor Committee can come to us
With a more
with
inclusive.
a recommendation that's 3-4.
Did you have something else before I call the vote?
I did. And this is, go ahead, Rick.
The one thing that is going to be a challenge, if you do call for the vote, is the way the language is now, it still has that requirement that he not be on the mooring when he goes to apply for the special.
This
exception.
isn't, we're not putting this on.
But is the Harbor Committee going to come back with that same language?
Then we'll tweak it. And
No,
we'll-
and I think the
and
Harbor
we'll-
Committee is hoping, and Parker, correct me if I'm wrong, to come up with a more inclusive special exception to include more than just this one piece of the ordinance.
So
would
you
include
think
all
that
of it.
that language would go away?
Yes.
Oh,
Even if they.
That would be my take
even
on
if
it.
they put it out, we could strike it out.
you could. You need. I just was pointing that out, that's
Yeah.
potential problem that I don't want to get stuck in, and then in June, they pass it and we say, they can't give him the special exception because he's on the mooring.
That's why, yeah.
Yeah.
It's your last time.
I'm all set. I'll let you guys do. Thank you.
Because I think we're at a good place. Don't mess it up. So here's my question for you, and I am one of those people that asks inappropriate questions, right? So what we're doing here, or about to do, it keeps your boat where it is, keeps you fishing, and more importantly, it keeps a daily fine not happening. And for those reasons, I would be curious, what would you, Rockport citizen, and you love this town as much as we love our fishermen, and came and asked me to extend I asked if that the taxpayers would appreciate, would offset here, if we assessed $2,500 or something. That's the maximum, which is ridiculous. Let's all, perceive that. And
Well, I don't think that question is appropriate.
I love asking it.
Yeah, well, you can ask it, but
No,
I
I
think
don't.
it's inappropriate.
I think you're stretching.
Yeah.
I think as long as Kenny understands, if it doesn't pass next June, the revised information that the harbor brings back, come the day after the vote, then your fine starts and away we go. So,
Yeah, I agree.
I guess we'll call it food for thought. Some things do.
I do think that
payment
it's
in lieu of
likely, based on
taxes.
conversations I've had, that, let's just say everything works out, that cost of that mooring relative to the other inner harbor moorings is probably gonna go up.
And
I
will
would predict
probably be
that.
reflected in, what they work up.
Right.
I'm sure these guys now having more time will craft something that's more appropriate for the situation. I mean, I understand boats get bigger. I know guys are doing 4-foot traps instead of 3, and things are changing and evolving. So,
Every harbor.
yeah.
And do me a favor, I understand that maybe the relationship with the harbor committee and wires being crossed hasn't been all that great. You spend a lot of time there, you work out of there. Please get more involved with that committee, help look over some of the language, give some good advice, try to be as involved as you can.
He was on the harbor
So
committee
where-
for a while when I was,
When
Kenny
I
was.
went down and you was on harbor committee and I got the boom put in and we was gonna do some dredging and all that stuff down in there.
Over 10 years you were on the committee, I think.
No, I wasn't.
Speaking of-
No, my brother was.
Speaking of calling the vote.
Sorry, it was his brother.
So there is a motion. Linda, are you good with the motion that was made? So I will call for the vote. All in favor of the motion to waive or
Suspend.
suspend enforcement actions on a violation of our ordinance? All in favor?
Through the June vote. I
Oh,
think
she
is-
said I was just doing a
Can you
quick
read back to us
recap.
what
Yes,
you have
please
for a
and thank
motion,
you.
Linda?
Gonna have to get you another tablet.
Okay. Doug moved to instruct the town manager to not take any enforcement action against Kenny Dodge until after the June vote.
June 2018.
Correct.
Yes.
All those in favor? Then I will roll right into another motion, and I think I'll be able to get this right, which is I move to not place Article 5 on the
November 7th.
November 7th special town meeting
Second.
warrant.
Second.
All those in favor of removal?
Happy fishing.
I hope you get a shrimping season,
I hope they let us go.
right?
I think they will.
I hope we got enough shrimp to where a lot of people can go.
I appreciate the amount of thought that was put
We
into this
wish,
tonight by the board.
we all wish you well.
You bet. Thank you. Now,
2, 3, and 4.
Oh, we're not done yet.
I
Oh, I
would-
know.
Manager's report.
Oh, geez.
Always to look forward
You can
to.
always waive it. It is printed.
Where are we? I'm sorry, I'm all confused now.
We actually have number 4 to do.
You have 2,
2,
3,
3, and 4.
and 4.
And I was just, cool. So, right.
Thank you, Parker.
And I'm just wondering, okay, for discussion purposes, does someone want to move to place Article 2 on the ballot as presented?
I move to place Article 2 on the ballot as presented.
Second.
Is there any discussion of Article 2, which is the reserve accounts language? I looked it over, I think a lot of people looked it over, didn't seem to have any issues, just general housekeeping. Any discussion? All right, I will move to the vote. All in favor of placing Article 2 on the November ballot? That's unanimous. Motion for Article 3?
I move to place Article 3 on the ballot as presented.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? This is just, again, kind of a housekeeping on the auditors and ensuring that this is done through the select board versus the town manager, which seems very appropriate. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion? It is unanimous. Article number 4, actually, I would, I think I'm allowed to do this. Can we discuss this before motions are made? Because we have some additional information, and I've had some things that I'd like to talk about on this article. Good, hearing no objections. We got some information from the town attorney about some options that we have. I will try to briefly lay out a couple of the options that we do have, and then would give you my preferred opinion. So we had language. I was referring to that language as catch-all language in the previous meetings because it encompasses not only retail sales and social clubs, but also commercial cultivation of marijuana and also commercial manufacturing of marijuana. My desire was not to inhibit getting these articles out to the voters, but I really would like to see them broken into the 3 individual components. So, we have some options. We can place the article on as it was written, prohibiting all commercial activity for marijuana in our town from taking place. We could, and maybe I'll look to Rick afterwards to talk about procedurally how we do it, but our town attorney tells us that there is an option for us to break it into, instead of one article, 3 separate articles. An article prohibiting retail marijuana stores and retail marijuana social clubs, a separate article prohibiting commercial cultivation, and a third article prohibiting testing, even though I believe testing should be replaced with manufacturing. That said, there is 2 other options. One option is to tweak the language slightly, and in the way that we would tweak it, it looks very similar to the language that we have already, but the alteration would mean that only retail outlets and social clubs are prohibited, which means that cultivation and manufacturing are not prohibited. That said, I'm not a fan of that because I feel like it's an underhanded way of having the voters vote on something thinking that they're prohibiting everything, only to find out we've left other things open. The last option is the one that I am in favor of, which is the board prior to this one did have conversations about marijuana and the initiative that was passed statewide. We can't do anything with recreational use for adult consumption and the plants that folks can grow on their own property, but we do have the ability to prohibit certain commercial activities. When it was raised to us that other towns were doing moratoriums on that, the previous board had rejected putting a moratorium on because the state has set a timeline to where we would be putting a moratorium on something that's already not allowed. So the previous board had talked about holding these moratoriums because the first one has to be approved by the citizens at a vote. The second one, so you can do a 6-month moratorium, has to be approved by the citizens, and then after that, the select board can put another 6-month moratorium on it without citizens' approval because we've previously gotten it. But after that, we're done with our moratoriums. So we, as the select board, with approval from the citizens, have the ability to not have this activity once it's legal on the state end for up to a year. And my rationale for wanting to advocate for that is we had that straw poll, and the vast majority, the good majority of the citizens in town told us that they did not want that kind of language, which talks about social clubs. What I think it does by putting the moratorium on effective the date that the state allows for this activity is it gives the citizens of our town, plus us, plus other folks, the ability to review the rules that the state set out, look at how some of the other towns are doing it, seeing what's popping up around our borders, and it gives us a little bit more time as a community to talk about the various aspects of commercial marijuana activity in our state. And I would like to see us just spend a little more time talking about what cultivation and allowing cultivation, kind of specifically for me anyway, would mean to some of our farms that we have in town and the folks that are kind of barely breaking even selling potatoes and tomatoes on the side of the road. And this is the ability to has the potential to keep a lot of farms operational with more income going in and keeping them as working farms, which I'm very much a fan of. The last thing that I'll say temporarily on it is I think that it would also give us the opportunity, if we get to the end of the moratorium, it's not going to be difficult to grab language if we feel that we want to have this activity and propose ordinance change language. We won't have to do too much heavy lifting. A lot of other communities are doing this. So we can grab that language easily, or we can just put prohibition back on. And so with the moratorium language, we have met with the intent and the will of what the voters want, which is to not have this activity, while giving us the time and space to finally see what the rules are from the state and what's happening in surrounding communities and react at that point in time. And yes, it is kicking the can down the road, which I'm not typically a fan of, but I think that there's at least a decent rationale for going the moratorium route.
My first question would be, what's Ken's opinion on this? I mean, he was involved
Yep.
in this prior to that. Has he voiced his opinion on that?
I have not asked him specifically about a moratorium. I will say, and if you've got any things that you've heard, I understand that Ken has some serious reservations about marijuana usage in town, and that was definitely reinforced by the vote for him. I can only speculate that Ken would have issues with the moratorium route, but my guesstimation is that with it continuing to protect the citizens and not allow this activity, that I would hope, from what I know about Ken, that he would entertain that as a way to gather some more information, finally read the rules. One of the things that he had said quite a few times when we were discussing this with the previous board was he was going to be very interested in seeing what the rules were from the state. And that's just not a place that we're at right now. We still don't have rules to figure out exactly what this would look like. And then the only other thing to throw out is I do believe that a local option sales tax specific to marijuana is something that would pass the legislature, which would give us the ability to cut the state out of that only specific tax revenue, and it would come directly to the town. But that's kind of neither here nor there. Bill, because Bill has spent a lot of time with Ken, and then the only other thing to throw out is I do believe that a local option sales tax specific to marijuana is something that would pass the legislature, which would give us the ability to cut the state out of that only specific tax revenue, and it would come directly to the town. But that's kind of neither here nor there. Bill, because Bill has spent a lot of time with Ken,
Actually, I'd like to ask some questions. And one is to you, that the governor's, last I heard, was going to call a special session of the legislature this fall to deal with something, but it was also put out that one of them they were going to do is come back and ask or discuss more about the marijuana issue, which the committee that was appointed has until February to do. So, what's the rush on imposing a moratorium? On that, and Rick, you're going to have to correct me if I'm wrong here, but the select board has the ability to write an emergency ordinance. And, because if the legislature comes in and they put something in that you can immediately pass an emergency ordinance, in this case, like prohibiting something.
The moratorium.
Well, yeah, they could put in that under emergency, which you then would still have to go back and get the approval of the citizens, but you could call a special town meeting for that, or hold it until June, depending on when it comes out. The other thing I wanted to ask, because I think you're closer, you understand that thing that was passed a year ago. Wasn't there a limit on the number of acres that could be under cultivation?
But that was statewide.
Statewide.
It was a statewide.
So, you know, you may want to, you know, keep that in thoughts as, you know, will any of our farmers be able to get any of those acreages? Or are they all gonna go to where people got huge areas to farm?
Yeah,
You know, but, you know, that's something else to keep in mind.
Sure, and there will more than likely be some big money interests that do buy large areas for indoor cultivation of it. That said, the way that it was crafted, the state had a keen eye to the local farmers and trying to make sure that their local, smaller cultivation operations are attainable for folks that don't have a huge amount of money. And I believe that the reason we're trying to do the moratorium now is we wouldn't necessarily, other than kind of spending more money and having a special emergency thing, we wouldn't necessarily have a chance to address it with the citizens before it kind of became the law of the land and we hadn't made a determination, because we would have to do it again in June.
I'm just putting it up, you know, into your, but then you also talked about local option sales tax. I was on the Legislative Policy Committee, and this would be something that would go to them before, so that somebody from MMA could actually testify. Local option sale taxes came up every year.
Separated.
You could almost say it. And when it went to the MMA, you know, it was all, you're gonna end up with somebody, you know, cherry picking their neighbors was the result. And in this case, if a town is able to put in theirs, a local option sales tax, that's gonna be taking away then from what goes into the state money, which goes back into revenue sharing, which the MMA is working very hard. If all of the revenue from the sales tax on marijuana goes into the general fund, that's more money that's gonna be able to come back in revenue sharing. So you wanna keep that in mind too. And again, because it's always big city versus little town. If you've got if you got retail establishments, you can, oh, the special option sales tax. Well, we only have one little store here. What are we gonna get? You know, so it's, you know, it's a thing of a portion, and I wouldn't go counting on being able to get a special option sales tax, local option sales tax.
There was an
out
agent,
of them.
a rather large agency one time, several years ago, tried to get the state to see that they ought to have their speeding fines that are written on their streets. And the state said, no, we're taking the money for speeding fines, so it's a slim chance, but.
And if this was a general local option sales tax like some other states have, I would agree with you. From what I've gathered anyway, that there is a bit of an appetite to pass one specifically for marijuana, though that's anyone's guess.
But wouldn't that apply only to the retail establishments?
Probably, yep.
So we could put this as written on there now and modify it in June if the information was available. I guess that's, I'm trying to capsulize what Bill was saying.
To put it in some historical perspective, the three board members are new. The work of creating an ordinance to allow it is pretty complicated and would involve the ORC and planning board spending a lot of time developing an ordinance that may or may not pass. And so what the board did at that, when they put it on the last ballot, was to say, let's just put it out there and see if there's support in town for this or not. And why waste our time spending, turning our wheels, developing ordinances and put everybody through all that work if there's not broad-based support for it? And the vote came back, and I don't remember the exact numbers, but it was like something like only 28% of the people were in favor of it. And it was a pretty small percentage. You know, the fact is, as you said, is that if it if it goes on the way it is and it passes, it doesn't preclude the town from turning around and saying, you know, do you want to allow commercial cultivation or whatever in the future? You know, I asked at Owen's request was, are these options a possibility? And yes, in both of these cases, you'd have to come back, according to Phil, you'd have to come back and have another special, you'd have to have another public hearing to talk about the amendments that you're gonna change, if you do change any of these. If you change this wording dramatically to meet, you know, to make it a moratorium or these 3 articles, you'd have to have another public hearing to do that.
We don't have time to have another public hearing, because those ballots have to go to the printer soon.
Yeah, but according to Phil, that the public hearing, once you decide it, you can decide to put it on with this language. That all you have to do is have a public hearing to have people have a chance to talk about it. Doesn't mean the language is gonna change. But it's not the best case scenario, but it's legal.
I guess I have a sort of an issue with the process. And I don't mean to sound harsh, but I was surprised when you called me today at the 11th hour to address some of this. And, you know, at the time, you were meeting with Rick, and Rick was calling our town attorney. I don't know if we get charged for that or not.
Nope.
Okay, but, you know, I'd already received my packet. I'd looked at Article 4. I remembered what the town voted. And I guess the question just sort of came up, you know, Ken's not here. So, you know, it almost felt a little bit like jawboning, you know, that here's this great new idea and the attorney is, you know, saying it's fine to do it and all of that. And it just made me uncomfortable. I think you could detect my discomfort on the phone. And so I guess the real question is, you know, at the 11th hour, you know, why is this so necessary?
So, since this issue has come up, and actually for some months now, I have been discussing with this board that I would like to have them broken into the 3 separate components. That's something that I feel like I've been pretty open about and have
to me, but so
I'm pretty sure I brought it up the last meeting, and I'm pretty sure that I brought it up in previous meetings. One of the things that was a little frustrating was that I was anticipating getting some template language for the 3 separate components, and had, I guess, not officially or formally been requesting that language, but making it known that this is something that I would like to do. When we had our last meeting, I know that I brought it up when we put this on. I brought up that I would like it. Yeah, 4.
It's 4, yeah.
And the reason that I felt comfortable with it was I thought that there wasn't going to have to be special new hearings, because all 3 of these things were within that Article 4 language. And so when it finally came clear to me that I didn't have template language and that I had gotten it wrong last month when we voted to place this on there. So I voted to place it on there because I was operating under a not fully formed or not completely understanding of that we have these articles. And so when it finally, I had been talking with Rick and was kind of curious. I had talked with the town attorney. I had talked with some other board members about my desire to have these separated out. It did finally become clear, oh crap, we can't just start putting new articles on there.
So
And so how can I get this thing that I feel like I've been pretty open about, breaking it into the three components. Now, because I missed it a month ago or more, preparing everything to be three separate articles, I had to start scrambling in the very short term over these last couple of days to try to figure out, is there a way to either break these into components, or can we go the moratorium route, which gives more time to breaking it into the components?
This is what makes me a little uncomfortable. You know, you talk to me, you talk to some other board members. I mean, does that constitute a meeting? You know, when I asked that question earlier today, you said, well, no. But, I mean, aren't these discussions that need to happen, you know, in the light of public,
And like I had said to you on the phone, that almost bar none, the conversations that I have individually with board members, which means two people, are typically the exact same conversations that I have in meetings. And I don't think that there's anything unwrong or inappropriate or not legal with having conversations with individual colleagues. That's why we have the three-person rule, and I believe the reason being 3 people on a 5-person board is a majority.
Sure.
And so I, having done this job for a bit, would actually feel that I would be less effective at this job. The meetings would not be as robust in ideas if I purposefully avoided having conversations about town dealings with other board members, because then I have no clue where you're at. I don't know if this is something
but
that
isn't
you...
that what the open forum is for
So,
to me to express
On a
it?
little side note, I mean, I know that whole bit of it, but, okay, I guess where I'm going is Ken was gonna be away, being the chair. I assume he made some information to you about crafting the agenda, and not seeing it, that would have been a point to perhaps bring it up to Ken. Oh, by the way, so I don't know. I mean,
Ken crafted the agenda before he left,
right.
so.
And I did review it with Ken. I will and am always happy to acknowledge my own deficiencies, and I will admit to being a bit inundated with projects of varying scope, size, scale, etc. And once I had finally put all of the last pieces together, I realized that though I had been clear about my intent,
I remember.
wasn't thinking
I remember you talking about it.
2 months in advance and making sure that I had 3 different articles to tack everything onto.
I remember you talking
Yeah.
to me about this a few weeks ago. You called me on the phone. I don't have a problem that we talked about it on the phone.
So let's.
That's not collusion at all. I do have, as I sit here, I can tell you that I think I like going forward with this just the way it's written, for reasons that are completely independent of that.
And that's where I'm going. I mean, I would be willing to go forward with this, and then, if there needs to be something changed, we do it in June.
That's an idea that we can move forward with at any time. It sounds to me like we don't really have time to change the ballot at this point to accommodate that without doing a public hearing, which we don't have time for. Personally, I think I am very cautious about the speed with which we move forward with opening up marijuana. And I really fall on the side of, we have all the time in the world to open it up, and we have no time once we've let the genie out of the bottle. And I'm not ready to, I'm ready to be cautious. So I'm just gonna say, I move to place Article 4 on the ballot as presented.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion on it? All those in favor? It is unanimous. Now, we move on to, I believe, the recommendations. Is that correct?
Yes,
I've
yep.
totally lost
Yes.
where I am. All right,
Now you
so,
have to go back and make recommendations for those each of those articles.
yep. And so the recommendations appear on the ballot. And so we all give our opinion to the townsfolk, whether we support these articles or do not support these articles. And Article 5 is no longer part of what we're doing. But, and do I have to, what's the special procedure for calling a recommendation? How do I do that?
And it just
It's in my notes. There is a suggested motion.
I move to recommend Article 2 as placed on the ballot.
Second. I move to recommend. Yeah, do we have to do it
Each one.
individually?
Yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Kelly, what is your recommendation on Article 2?
As written,
In favor?
correct.
Mr. Gray?
I move to recommend Article 2 as placed on the ballot.
To be clear, it's gonna, now that's gonna appear on the ballot. It will say recommended by the Budget Committee with a vote.
Yep.
I mean, by the Select Board, I'm sorry, not Budget Committee, with an actual
Dr.
vote.
Cole?
Yes.
All right. So.
Owen?
Oh, and I recommend it as well. Sorry, thank you.
4-0.
So recommendations on Article 3. Mr. Kelly, what is your recommendation on Article 3?
Yes, as written.
Mr. Gray?
Yes, as written.
Doctor?
Yes, as written.
And I am yes as written. And Article number 4, recommendations. Mr. Kelly?
Yes, as written.
Yes, as written.
Yes, as written.
No as written. And that is done. And now, someone correct me if I'm wrong, are we going to waste?
There's no wastewater, this is, again, one of those things where it's so early in the month, we do not have the information from the water company.
Maybe it came in the last half an hour.
Yeah, it may have.
Yeah.
It's almost tomorrow.
Guess what we're down to now?
Liaison reports and town managers report.
All right.
Which are we doing first?
Town managers report.
Really? You don't want to just accept it as printed?
Give us the 30-second version, Rick.
Mount Pleasant Street's proceeding. We've done some modifications to get the total price down to $155,000, which is within our budget. But that leaves some things undone, which we will then relook at in the spring and see how we stand. As I think you remember, we've talked about this a couple times. See how we stand in the spring. Summer Street is supposed to be reshaped and paved this coming week. I noticed that they've raised the sewer covers in the middle of the road, so they're coming in and they're gonna put some more pavement to give it more crown so that it will slope in the right direction. The paving contract has been awarded to Pike Paving at $61.75 a ton, and they should be starting soon.
Question.
Yep.
With regard to that, didn't we budget $90 as an estimate?
Yeah.
So are we gonna, I mean, what are we doing, what are we
We'll
going to do?
pave more road. We'll
Good.
get more paving done.
Good.
So we'll get more paving done. So, and that's good news.
I have a question too, and it's something that I was thinking about previously in the meeting, and this is a good opportunity to bring it up. And it's just a random thought. With the 18 months that we have left in that infrastructure bond that was passed 3 years ago,
Right.
the Mount Pleasant Street was part of that bond.
Yes, it was, yep.
So, I'm just curious about if we decide that we want to go forward with the plan for the fire station, but we realize that we don't have the money for it right now, the building can be fine and operational for another 1 to 2 years, but that puts us outside of that 18-month time frame. Is there anything that says that we could not take all the money that $125,000 and put it back to Mount Pleasant Street, which would mean that we don't, for the continued, because we're gonna have to spend more than the 155 to do the paving.
If you decide to put that off, sure.
And And I guess it's a way of making sure that we don't lose the money for purposes that it was intended for, and it still does get us to the end result of,
It won't get it paved, you know, the 120, the additional won't get it paved. It will finish the work to get it to a level that it could be paved. Because the paving is about, the current estimate is about $500,000.
because I'm not trying to be disingenuous with the taxpayers' dollars, but I was wondering if what comes back is a plan that we know we can't afford now, but we could afford in 2 years if we had budgeted X amount every year into a reserve account, but knowing that we had taken some of that money and put it to another project, which means we don't have to ask for money for that other project. You don't have to answer it now, it's just something I was
It's
thinking.
possible, my advice would be to, you know, if you are gonna move forward with something that potentially could cost $500,000, you know, for lack of anything else, you know, that we'd be better served to take that, to say, we didn't spend the $125,000, we gave it back to the taxpayers, and then now we're gonna come back forward. I mean, you wanna maintain that public trust, and that we didn't, like, spend all the money on something else, and now we're gonna ask for another $500,000. I mean, I don't wanna say $500,000, it's some X number of dollars to do the addition to the fire station.
I don't want to prolong your managers' meeting much.
Yeah, you're already doing it.
So, I have a question. I mean, sitting in the other day in the capital improvement meeting, there was talk about doing a strip in front of the fire station in a portion of the harbor. If there's monies left over.
Yeah, those weren't listed as part of the package, you know, so we can only do projects that were listed as part of the package. We can't use the bond money for other
No.
things.
I'm talking about, you budgeted $90 a ton, you got 61 you're
Oh,
spending.
oh,
So,
We buy
so.
more.
sure.
We buy more.
So you buy more, and perhaps those two projects, the harbor and the highway, I mean, the front of the fire station
Potentially,
get
yep.
done, and that knocks that off
Right.
the capital improvement list.
Potentially.
Just a
Yep.
thought.
Next, we committed taxes, I'm sure you all know, on August 24th. Taxes came in significantly lower than we had anticipated, which is good. You know, that is the result of several things. First, the reduction that the board made at town meeting of $85,000 or whatever that is, that has an impact on the mill rate. The second thing was something that's the not so glamorous thing is the work that Kerry did when we got somebody to come in and do the evaluation of CMP and those assets. I mean, that's a tricky business, so we paid, I think, $2,500 or something to hire somebody that's a specialist to come in and do that. The return back to us was huge. You know, millions of dollars in additional value.
And they looked at the property lines?
No, the power infrastructure. And so this is the first time in, I think Kerry said in 3 years, we've seen growth in our total value. We've had 3 years of declining value. This is the first year we've had real growth.
Super quick question. Did CMP raise any did they try to challenge what we were requesting for
Not to
additional?
not to my knowledge, no.
Okay.
And then the third thing is,
Could that still happen?
I'm not 100% sure. I don't know.
Might be kind of awkward.
Yeah, but, and also, you know, Kerry and Caitlin did a lot of work chasing down new value and to try and find every place where there was new value there, that ultimately brought our value up and dropped the savings of 26 cents to the taxpayer. It's not, I mean, nobody wants their taxes to go up at all. They'd like to see them go down. But
Just one comment on that, where you mentioned about their diligence, and between the two of them, they legitimately, well, I hope they do it legitimately, you know, found the money. I just thought that was an odd word to use.
to where,
On your, next to the last paragraph, third line,
Legitimately.
Between the two of them,
Oh,
they
yeah.
legitimately found.
Well,
I'm going, okay.
they found millions of dollars in new value. You know, it's,
Good.
and it's all value that we had missed. For one reason or other that we potentially could have missed if they weren't so diligent. Next is the fire department. The chief has been down, as we've talked about, down to Florida to start the process of the purchase of the new truck, so that's moving forward. The fundraising campaign to assist the city of Rockport, Texas has raised, at that point, it's over $17,000, but I think it's getting up closer to $20,000.
Over 20,000, yeah.
Over 20,000.
Because of the money from Fresh Off the Farm.
Yeah, okay, so that puts us over, so we're still in limbo about what's gonna happen there. The police department is still shorthanded, but we're using, some of the Camden officers are covering a few shifts, both departments are working really well together. Some personnel changes, as we all know, Stacy has left to take over the position of town clerk for the town of Union. I moved Diane Hamilton out of her position into the position as my assistant. Unfortunately, she moved into the position, but she took a vacation to get away from me. No, she'd had that vacation planned for about a year, I think. And so, she's off in France and Switzerland, I think. And we replaced her with Hannah Sisk. Yes, the last name is the same as Ray Sisk. It's Ray Sisk's daughter. So she's taking over, helping to replace Diane. We're in the process of advertising for the accounts payable and payroll person. GA is being handled temporarily with the town of Camden and Janice in the town of Camden, and we're working on potentially an agreement that will be similar to all the other agreements where we just are gonna pay for that service to the town of Camden. The library survey is due to hit the mail on, I believe, the 14th. It may even actually be a day earlier than that. The preliminary notification, which you should have gotten in the mail, went out ahead of time to get people to be on the lookout for those surveys. The signs are in, and they should be going up soon, very soon. We have a question about the door-to-door campaign. We were unaware of the number of volunteers it was gonna take to pull that off, and the estimate is between 50 and 75 volunteers. And there's no way we can do that without just recruiting volunteers, that people that just are willing to go out and do
How could we not be aware of that when this whole pitch was made?
about that it would take that many?
Yeah.
Because
I mean,
none of us have a
No, but the
door-to-door
guy-
campaign.
The guy that was doing the pitch to us knows how many people there are, and
Oh, but
he's-
no, he's not,
His bailiwick is surveys, not
not the door-to-door
door-to-door
campaign.
canvassing.
And Kate McClellan, who does this kind of work, said she sat down one day and did the math and said, you're gonna need between 50 and 75 volunteers to cover the whole town, to get the whole town covered. And, and the challenge is if we don't do the whole town and we miss parts of the town,
It'd be better not to do it at all.
right,
than
it's
it
better
would be.
to not do it at all. I would advise potentially is to take the little bit of, little bit of additional money. It didn't cost us that much to do the initial mailing, because it's a blanket mailing that goes out to everybody. To do another blanket mailing after the surveys go out, thanking people, it gives them one more time. I don't know what you've heard from the initial mailing, but, I haven't heard
I got a question on that. Can you just briefly walk me through where the money came from for the pre-mailers and the potential post-mailer, not the survey mailer, because I feel like we
it's all
allocate.
gonna come out of the town.
Well, and then for the signs and then the stuff but when you say it comes out of the town, I get that, but where?
It's gonna come out of, I believe it's gonna come out of the money that we've allocated that we're gonna be, rolling over, or encumbering in the library budget for all of that engineering work. There's a bunch of money that you're gonna be asked to encumber in the next meeting.
Do you feel comfortable that a line for engineering work is the appropriate place to get the money for this stuff
Yeah.
from?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, you know, there's a cost to that. But in order to get the survey done right, that's where the survey, Bill's looking at me like, isn't that where you were talking about coming from? Where was it kind of come from? Oh, okay. But, yeah, I think that's where we were, yeah. The office will be closed on October 4th for the MMA convention. This is an annual staff training thing. Staff members participated in the water rescue training, which they threw me in the harbor and eventually rescued me.
Is that monthly?
Yeah. They also attended a morning safety Jeopardy game that focused on the training we've had in the past. And also, I will be out of the office late Wednesday afternoon, 3 o'clock on Wednesday, September 13th through Friday to attend the MMA Executive Committee meeting, Strategic Planning Committee meeting.
Two questions for the manager, and I asked these before, so just curious. Follow-up on our lawyer contacting CMP.
Oh, I asked,
about a break.
I did ask him about.
Well, about us not paying a certain
Yes.
portion of our bill for services paid for but not provided.
Right, I did contact him, he was checking with they have somebody on staff that works with, the public, that has public utilities thing. His first reaction was similar to mine, is that we don't have that option, but he would check with the person that works with, public utilities law.
And also, you were gonna write a letter to, not-for-profits in town.
Yes, I
requesting
started that
donations
with Kerry,
Okay.
Kerry
I
Light.
think you said there was already a draft done from a previous mailing.
The previous years, yes.
Okay, but it's in the works.
Yep.
Okay, great.
Pathways Committee, they've pushed. Yes, Bill?
Can I make a comment on the manager's report?
Up to the podium, please.
I waited this whole time to say this.
And we appreciate it.
Actually, he mentioned that the offices are gonna be closed October 4th for the MMA convention. The MMA convention is actually 2 days, it's the 4th and the 5th. But what I wanted to say is, all you people on the select board, I would strongly encourage you to go to the convention. I think the cost of the town is like the $50 registration fee. But it is well worth going. When you get your main townsman, it's gonna have the whole list of things in there, is what topics will be discussed in all the breakout sessions, who the keynote speakers are, and it's a good time to meet other people. So I really would encourage you, at least take the day of the 4th to go over there, but if you can, take both days and go over. So, just an encouragement.
Thank you. Cool, so Pathways, pushed back the date to give their presentation, so I think what they're looking, for is November now. And I apologize that my piece of paper that had the notes that I took from them, I don't have with me, but there is going to be a foot race. It's a beach to beach. So they're gonna start at Goodies Beach, and then they're gonna run up to the summit of Beach Hill by way of Erickson Field and the new trail that they have there, and then the trail extension that they did that brings you all the way up to Beach Hill. So that should be really interesting. We had conversations about potentially having the ribbon cutting for the high sidewalk happen at that same date. Potentially having it afterwards, because the foot race starts in the beginning. We were trying to see if we could do a ribbon cutting for the high sidewalk that was at a time where there would already be a lot of people in and around the village area.
Good idea.
And most people would have to go back to the harbor to get their cars after they're done running, because it's just a one-way. But I will try to pass that information along. Another good meeting they're trying to work on. Riverwalk stuff in Camden, and still watching Route 1 North and that extension that's going up there. The Recreation Committee, there was a little bit of a hiatus, but we will be meeting it's either this week or next week, and I'll be going to that. It's been difficult for me to attend those because of early morning stuff, but we're back on a good schedule. Some of my other things, the Legion Hall continues to do upgrades, and they also are now doing Monday morning coffees. So if that's something you want to engage in, please look around for the Legion's stuff on that. I talked with a lot of folks, and every time I talk with some of these big business leaders in town, I drop Doug's idea about a business forum with our Rockport businesses, and I'll tell you, it has been warmly received by the folks that I have pitched it to, and so I would encourage you to continue exploring that, see if there's a good time once we hit winter and some of the folks are gone and maybe there's a lull. But I dropped it to some of our big businesses in town, our small, medium businesses, and everyone, even the people that said, I don't really deal with you much. Well, how was it when you applied to do your thing? Oh, well, that's cool. I could give some notes on that. So there's definitely an interest in that, so I would encourage you to continue working that one.
Where was, it's interesting because I've talked to some people, business people, not a lot, and they were actually sort of cool to it. Yeah, it's not going to contribute much. So to be honest, I've sort of, where was that on our priority list?
Goal list?
Yeah, was it up there pretty high?
I think it kind of got down to the dropped area, and not because it's not important,
Yeah.
but because
Other
it's
things going on.
and where it's something that could be managed by one person,
Yeah.
two people, and it's just setting a date and then advertising it to where it's a phenomenal idea, and I think it is definitely something that we should do. But as far as making it a priority for us and the board, I think that's why it dropped.
All right.
And then the last bit for my update is on the Rockport to Rockport fire effort. Had more conversations with folks. There were some questions that were raised that we hadn't answered quite at that time. The big one being, we will not be paying our volunteer firefighters to do that. The time that they're there, typically they get paid when they respond to a call. And they're responding to an official call that said we wouldn't be paying them and that all of the firefighters would be going on their own free time, myself included, if that is how it all shapes out. I talked with JetBlue, and they were able to send me, one of the big things that we've tried to do with this effort is make sure that we are keeping as much of our town expenditures for getting firefighters and equipment down there. We're trying to keep that as low as possible because that means we get to give more money to the city of Rockport. So JetBlue has sent me assurances that they are accepting requests for free airline tickets, and they gave me a form to fill out. The only reason that we haven't filled it out is not knowing the exact deployment time means we don't know exactly who would go, which means it's pointless to fill that stuff out. I talked with the mayor and the fire chief a handful of times on Friday and Saturday. Both of them assured me that they want us there, but as the mayor said, I'm keeping Rockport in my back pocket for when, the way that Texas does it is they do it on call volume. So it's not like their interstate mutual aid agreements say you'll be there for 2 weeks. It's you all will be there and be present until calls for requests fall below a certain level. So that's why they haven't been able to give us that really solid timeline on when they would need us. But the fire chief said it in a way that I understand even more, which is when this dog and pony show is over down here and all the media and everyone goes home, we're going to need you then. Some of the other things were, we did get over the weekend, and it took me a while to track it down, but I eventually got clarity on it. Our fire chief was a recipient of a text message saying, we are formally requesting your services in Rockport, Texas specifically, through Operation Blessing, which is a great organization that does great things down there and around the country as far as disaster relief. I called them and talked with them for a while, and as it turns out, they somehow got our information and wanted us down there, would love to have our firefighters. That said, I reached back out to the mayor and said, are you aware that we have this potential formal deployment? And he said, no, I actually wasn't. And with our desire to do things for Rockport on their timeline and have this be a long-term relationship, though there was an opportunity to get formal deployment orders, we are kind of declining those at the time because we want to do it when the mayor wants us and when the fire chief wants us versus when this great organization wants us. And then, yes, we had a fundraiser on Friday. That money was deposited today. We have over $20,000 into that account, and happy to answer any questions if there were lingering questions for anyone here. I know that Doug and Mark weren't here when we had the meeting. If you had any questions, you can ask them for me offline. You can ask them now. If not, then I will turn it over to Tom.
I have two committees to talk about. I'm going to keep it brief because it's 10 after 11. I met with the library committee. The most poignant thing for me to say is that I got really quite an education about the history of the library and the way the library is funded, all of which is really important considering the conversations we're having in the town about the library. And the biggest issue is that the operational cost of the library is fully funded through an endowment. I don't know if we all know this. I don't know if that's broadly known in the town. But they have a rather substantial endowment that's come to them in very unique ways. And our town in particular has the elected library committee that oversees that endowment rather than having the select board or the town government oversee that budget. And that's all very interesting. The library committee is certainly hopeful that the survey moves us forward in a positive direction to resolving all the issues surrounding the library so that we can go forward. On the other committee I met with, well, I guess I have to say I did not meet with them because the meeting was today and I showed up, but not enough committee members showed up, so there was no quorum. So it was not officially a meeting. But this is as good a time as any for me to talk to the whole board about an issue that I personally have been getting excited about. It's an idea to try to get the Opera House and the town by extension more heavily noticed and more heavily used. And that is to try to start a new tradition of having a folk music festival in Rockport. And the idea behind that is that if we sometime during the summer, likely late June, could bring in a headliner act to the Rockport Opera House and maybe start this small, where it starts out maybe as a one-day event, and that it features that headliner act in the Rockport Opera House. It networks with the really deep pool of talent for folk musicians we have in this town, and it extends to maybe having dancing and music and food and using the harbor and the bridge and concert out in the harbor with the boats, whatever. Lots of possibilities for that, but there is quite a lot of enthusiasm that could be something that really puts the town on the map, that if we have a hotel there, which we likely will at some point, it could be very good for business downtown. So that's an idea that I am pursuing, and I hope that if we get to the point, which I hope we will, that we can bring specific plans or proposals to the board, that the board could see it as something really good for the town.
Just recently, I think it was in the last spring or early summer, they had a revival of the 25th anniversary of the last folk festival that they had here. Apparently, there was a big folk festival that was held here for years, and it was very popular, very well attended, and then it ended. And
when did it end,
I
roughly?
I don't
'Cause
remember.
I don't remember.
Yeah, it was like 25 years ago. I think this was the 25th anniversary of the last performance. Is that right, Linda?
I don't know.
You don't? Well, and I, after that performance, I met with Gordon Bach about it, because he was one of the, you know, he and Nick
Apollonio.
Apollonio, and a
Yep.
few others were key people in that. And so there's been some discussion, and I would love to see that happen, because you're right, there's a wealth of good talent here. And one of the ideas that I had is that if you could have, you know, a seasoned performer like Gordon Bach or somebody else performing on stage with a new young performer, you know, as a means of, you know, getting them out there and getting people to come see this new young performer.
Yeah.
You know, because there's a lot of really good talent out there.
If they can have a pirate festival in Eastport, we can have a folk festival here.
Right.
That's all I have.
You know, got all kinds of time. It's only been 4 hours and how many minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not that anybody's counting.
No, I haven't got that time, no. We got a lot of work to do with the ambulance coming up, Doug. I tried to find out from John French when that date was, and he didn't know. But that's coming, and we've got a lot of work to
I
do
think it's
according.
something on the schedule for.
Yeah. Anyway, so the Parks is meeting on September 13th in the afternoon. A lot of their work that they had been inquisitive about in June, was it July, one or the other, had been started and or completed. I missed the last conservation meeting. At the Capital Improvement Committee meeting, they talked about police, fire, public safety building, West Rockport Fire Station building, and the harbor. Various components of all of those things. And on the 26th, whatever wasn't covered there will get covered. And also, they're gonna put together their presentation for the board on October 12th at 5 p.m. But,
I have that date. At least this is what I have on my calendar for the ambulance review quarterly meeting. It's September 21st at 7 p.m. here, not here, but at the, in the Richardson Room
September 21, at what time?
at 7 p.m.
Thanks. Okay, but yeah, no, that was it.
That's what I have on my calendar, whether it
Yeah,
could
John,
change.
because I had John pinned right underneath a car, so.
Yeah.
He, anyway, that's the 22nd version, the shortest you'll hear me speak.
And the last thing, because I overlooked it, and just wanted to throw this out there, we don't have to take any sort of action right now. When the three of us, Ken, Tom, and myself, made the motions to authorize the Rockport to Rockport effort, the motion as far as where the money would go said the city of Rockport. The decision was made kind of deficient of certain information and just the intent that it is all intended for the city of Rockport. I don't foresee any issues, and I've kind of briefly discussed it with Megan. Their GoFundMe, which is like a direct deposit and the easiest way to do it, GoFundMe is still implementing the 5% service fee to use their platform. And we would like to avoid that because 5% on $20,000 is decent money.
$1,000.
And so, good math. The city of Rockport has set up something, so I'm only throwing this out there that, you know, to have it be out in the open and you all can think about it, because we may have to amend our motion depending on how everything goes. The city of Rockport has set up with a bank that is separate from how they do their municipal activities, a City of Rockport Employee Relief Fund specific to the employees that basically lost everything. That said, from also having some conversations with them, there is maybe a desire to have the money go directly to the fire department versus the city. So though we don't have to do anything about it now, we should discuss what our intent was, holding as true to that intent as we told the citizens we would be. But just wanted to let you all aware that when we made that motion, we didn't know exactly how we were going to get the money down there to them, but making sure that everyone knows this money is just for them. So as we get new information and solid information on the best way to get that money down to them, just wanted everyone to be clear that we have some options and that at some point in time, we'll meet to formally discuss how we get that money down there to them. Any questions on that?
So moved.
What about my committees?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you already did. Did we skip
No,
over you?
Yes. As far as I know, none of my liaison committees has met, or if they met, there was when I was on vacation, so. But I have put together a steering committee for the Making Rockport Beautiful program. You remember that was number 4 on our list of things, and I came up with that idea. So I've moved ahead with that. And the people that are on the steering committee are Maggie Timmerman. Well, first of all, let me say that I picked everybody on this committee for a reason, not just because they were my friend or something, but they had something to bring to the effort. And so I got Maggie Timmerman first, Maggie Christie, who runs Keep Rockport Beautiful. She was like my #1 person, and she's a hot ticket and knows how to get things done. And then I recruited Joe Ryan, who runs Adventure Advertising. And I got him, although he's not a Rockport resident, he's a Rockport businessman. And I wanted a business person on it. Plus, obviously, he's into media and advertising and getting the message out. I picked Gretchen Leone, who is on our Parks Committee, and she's also on the Rockport Garden Club. And those are obviously going to be 2 people that are going to be pretty involved with the effort. Steve Smith I picked just because he has an artistic bent to him as an architect. I spoke with Jason today at the committee's recommendation, and he's got a lot on his plate, but he's going to be willing to be part of that, just sort of helping us, as a town employee. And there are a couple of other people that I haven't spoken with yet, so I won't mention them. But at any rate, our plan is to bring our ideas together and have another meeting September 20th over at the Richardson Room. And again, come up with a plan how we'd like to see this go forward. And then we'll make a presentation to the entire select board for its blessing in October. Again, we're hoping to keep any sort of a budget to minimum. We may need to have some money, but if we do, we'll talk about it. So I'm actually pleased with the direction we're headed so far. And I'm hoping to kind of get this thing implemented and rolling in the spring and summer of 2018. And at our presentation to the select board, I'll go over what our vision and our goals are and our operating principles.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I guess I'm not. Do we just set up new committees? I'm just curious what process you went through, because I mean, and it's one thing to have a group of folks that talk and do recommendations, but then you brought in budget and spending money and formal presentations, and I'm curious what process you've gone through to set up a new town committee.
When we did the prioritization of the programs, and it was said that each of us could take ownership, individual ownerships of things. So I've taken the ownership of this, and I'll move forward. And clearly the select board after the presentation would say, go get lost. But someone's got to start the process and move it forward.
I doubt we would say go get lost, and I think it's a phenomenal thing to do. I'm only asking about, I just think it's a little atypical for us, or have one individual member set up a formal town committee that
Oh, no. It's not a formal town. It's just a little steering committee I put together for ideas, and we'll come to the select board, like I say, for the blessing. And we guys can change whatever we wanna do, but someone's gotta, make the first steps and get the ball rolling, so.
Great.
And like I say, if nobody likes it, fine, but I've done my part, so.
I will take the first step and make a motion, if you're done, that we adjourn.
Hey,
Second.
Third.
Perfect.